Good afternoon. This meeting of Committee Adjustment City Toronto is called to order in accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act as amended. I wanted to introduce the committee members. My name is Larry Swartz. I'm the chair. To my left is Ms. Casson. To my right is Mr. Nipfel. And on the video is Mr. Bartolo and Ms. Sankar. Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances, lawful non-conforming use extensions or alterations, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, is now home to diverse First Nations, Inuit, Métis people. Toronto is covered by, could I ask you to please take your phone calls somewhere else? Hello? Today's hearing is a hybrid format. Some of the participants are in person, others are virtually via WebEx. The meeting is streamed on the City of Toronto Planning YouTube channel for public viewing. Participants joining virtually will be muted on entry and unmuted when the item is called. Please keep your devices muted until you are called on to speak. Those participating via video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist status during speaking time. Attendees must submit written request for a copy of the decision by email if participating virtually. If you disagree with the committee's decision, you may be eligible to appeal to the TLAB, which is Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some cases, Ontario Land Tribunal, which is the OLT, but the Planning Act has been amended to restrict the appeal rights to only certain parties. Each speaker, including applicants, will have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. Please stay focused on the application and its relevant matters. The committee may defer applications that have been substantially revised to ensure accuracy and proper notice to all parties. For uncontested applications, the agent or applicant may proceed without a presentation unless the committee requests one. We will proceed by calling each item in the order listed on the agenda. So I understand we may have some minutes to approve. Do we, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We are asking you to approve a corrected set of minutes for an item that was heard on July 18th. It was item number 15. The address was 1837 to 1845 Bayview. Our minutes had incorrectly identified the number of objections and had also mistakenly identified that there were letters of support. In fact, they were not. So we had corrected them and sent them out for you for your review. So we're just asking that the members review and approve that corrected set of minutes for that item. And the members that were present were Member Schwartz, Member Marzari, Member Sankar, Member Bartolo, and Member Cubo.
All right, do we have a motion for those minutes? Anybody want to talk to them? No? Anybody read them? Mr. Bartolo, you were there. Ms. Sankar, you were there. Somebody want to bring a motion on these minutes? What?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll bring forward a motion to adopt those minutes.
Okay. Sankar? Okay. Seconded. Those in favor of the revised minutes? Okay, it's carried. Thank you. Do we have any declarations of interest by any panel members? No. Do we have any deferral requests?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we don't have any right now at the 2 p.m. time slot. We have an item that was mistakenly added to the 2 p.m. time slot when the public notice was actually went out for 4 p.m. So we're here that item at 4 p.m. and that is for item number 21, 159 Stibbard. Otherwise, there is no deferral for the 2 p.m. time slot.
Okay, good. And there's no items to be closed at this time, so let's move on to item number 14, which is 22 Tangmere Road. It's to redesign and extend an existing porch. This application was deferred on August 1st. There's one variance, which is the lot coverage. There is a staff report, a number of documents, but there's a staff report, and the staff has no concerns with the application. So they had a comment, so they're not submitting a staff report. Okay. We only have the agent for the applicant scheduled to speak. Are they available virtually? Hello?
Yes. Hi.
Okay,
Hello.
what's your name and address, please?
Good afternoon, respected committee members. This is Mohammed. I'm the authorized agent for 22 Tangmere.
What's your address?
Today we would like
Hello, what's your address?
22 Tangmere Road.
No, but your business address.
It's from 6 Ripon Street.
Okay.
McWiz Inc. from 6 Ripon Street.
Do you have any changes to this application before we get going? Or is it the same as the
No, we
application? No.
we don't
okay,
have any
good.
changes for the application.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, I turn to panel members. There's nobody here in opposition. Is there any panel member that wants to hear from this, or is there any panel member that would like to ask a preliminary question of the applicant? Anybody want to hear this? I see not a lot of excitement from my panel members. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if no one has any concerns, I'd like to bring forward a motion of approval.
Okay, but before you do, I'm just going to go back to the applicant, because the applicant is on the phone, and Mr. Applicant's agent, there's really not a lot of need for you to make a presentation. It's your option, but I think, you can see where we're going on this. So do you want to make a presentation, or if you defer to us, you might be your lucky day? What do you say?
No, that's okay.
Okay. So let's go back to, thank you. I'm going to go back to Mr. Nipfel. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to bring
Oh,
forward,
we're in committee, and Mr. Nipfel.
I'd like to bring forward a motion of approval without conditions. This is extremely minor, both in terms of the amount of construction involved and the variance, which is extremely minor. I have no difficulty in ascertaining that it meets the 4 tests and it is compatible with the neighborhood.
All right. Ms. Casson is seconding that. Let's just put it to a vote. All those in favor? And congratulations to the applicant. It is approved. And we will now move on to...
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now we move on to item 15, which again has nobody here in opposition despite a number of letters of objection. This is 362 Sudan Avenue, proposal to construct a new dwelling, main house, and new garage and garden suite. The application was deferred on January 18th. There's 10 variances. There's 3 forestry reports. There's 6 letters of objection, a letter of support, a staff report. A staff report, okay, well, I'll get back. There's a couple of staff reports, but I'll talk about the latest one. There's 2 transportation reports. And there are, of the 10 variances, just to summarize, the area of each platform at above the 2nd story, the west side yard setback, floor space index, rear yard landscaping, and a few others. But we have a staff report which says that the proposed west side yard setback be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan attached on this report. That's the quick summary of the staff report. We don't have anybody in opposition, but I am presuming, well, what do we want to do? Let's put the applicant on the, are they here they're virtual, right? Let's put the applicant forward.
Hi, how are you? My name is Anthony Abate. I'm the acting agent on this file, and my address is 63 Pioneer Lane. I'm happy to give you a formal presentation,
Well,
or I can take questions.
Yeah,
Committee?
let's see what the people want to do. What do you want to do, panel members? Do you
Sure.
want to ask questions? Do you want to hear a full report? I think we want to hear it. I think we do want to hear it, given the number of people opposed. Are there any questions? Okay, so we'll go back to you, Mr. Agent. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead and
Okay.
make your report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. Your time, this proposal, as you know, is for an addition to an existing house, along with a renovation to that house, as well as a newly proposed garage with garden suite above. We have 5 variances for each structure. This file was heard back on January 11, 2023. Most of those letters of objection come from that period of time, whereas only one has come recently in the last week on September 6th. We took the concerns of the previous application very seriously, and we worked diligently with planning to create this new proposal, which I think we can all see that as has a piece planning, community planning with their help. So in essence, the highlights of it are the garage width was reduced by 3'6", which improved the side yards. The garage depth was reduced by 2 feet, again, improving the side yards to 2.75 meters, respectively. The height of the garage has been reduced, ensuring it no longer impedes on the angular plane. The rear yard setback from the house to the garage has been increased to 5 meters, and we've expanded the soft landscaping area to improve green space. The overall lot coverage has been reduced by scaling down the garage. We've also reduced the height of the main wall of the house by lowering the structure by a few risers and narrowed the driveway to 6 meters. Those were the main points of interest to community planning, as well as what we saw in the neighbors' letters. These changes should show our commitment to minimizing the impact of this development in the neighborhood. And as I've stated, it aligns with the guidance we received from planning. The only condition, as you had mentioned, Mr. Chair, is that we maintain the westerly facade as we have currently designed it, which does have, at least on paper, look like dramatic variances to the side yard setback, but really are a necessity here to improve the facade of that side of the house, being a flankage side yard. We have, to that regard, received a couple of letters of support. I know you mentioned one on Foreman, but we got one from 289 and I believe another one. And they're also sharing their enthusiasm for the development, in particular regards to design aesthetic and applicability of the garage and garden suite where we've located it. We also acknowledge that we received a letter of objection on September 6th, could have been the 5th, I think the 6th. And the concern was about removing a tree that straddles the property due to visibility and security as they exit their property from their garage and driveway. In reality, by putting in this garage that will be well lit and surveilled will actually improve security rather than hinder it. So I just wanted to address that if that was a concern. And, in conclusion, this project reflects thoughtful urban design, fits within Toronto's broader goal of encouraging gentle density growth. While we have indicated our preference to remove these trees, we're willing to work with urban forestry to make sure that they're done under their provision and regulations and as mutual benefit for us, the city, and the proposed development. And with that, I can end my presentation.
Okay, panel members, any questions? No questions. Let me just see our panel members. Panel members, no questions. Okay. All right, thank you. Let's go into committee. Any comments on this? Motions? What do we want to do? Okay. Nobody, okay. Just take a moment until somebody wants to do something. Have a musical interlude.
Mr. Chair, through you, kind of
Solo.
my comments on it would be that while numerically some of the items such as the proposed rear yard landscaping are lower than we typically see, if we want to see more of these laneway suites or garden suites, they're very rarely going to be able to meet all of the other setback and lot coverage and other criteria. So in adding a little bit more density, I'm willing to be a little bit more flexible on some things that numerically I would have kind of shied away from in the past or for another type of development. And I recognize that it's a relatively narrow lot, and you're almost always going to have some sort of setback variances with something of this nature on a lot this size. My 2 cents on it before we make a decision.
Okay. Any other comments from anybody? Ms. Sankar?
I note that a lot of the option has to do with the setbacks, but in terms of the explanations provided, I get it. And I do get, you know, the fact that, you know, this is sort of a permissive space, you know, um, by residents of the city. And so with that, there's going to come a bit of that type of complication. And if planning didn't have a concern as such, and they're just basically saying, look, you know, just develop it substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing, I'm feeling favorable towards this application.
Okay. We had two people that are relatively favorable, or are favorable, not relatively, are favorable. Does that mean we're ready for a motion? Okay. Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm also favorably disposed towards the application. The time spent negotiating with the planning department has been fruitful and has resulted in a better application. I frankly do not have any difficulty with what's before us. As Mr. Bartoli indicated, garden suites and intensification are going to require variances just to fit onto these properties. And I think in this case, the variances do not introduce any negative impacts into the community. I don't have any difficulty in also ascertaining that this proposal maintains the intent and purpose of the official plan and bylaw and meets the other tests for variance. So on that basis, I would like to move approval of the application subject to forestry condition number 2 and the planning department's recommendation that the approval be tied to the site plan that's on file.
Is there anything in any of the other reports? Transportation just had a report, so there's not, I don't think there's anything in there.
I don't think there's a condition there that.
No. Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor, and that is to approve, subject to the site plan restriction by city planning and the forestry report. And Ms. Casson,
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Chair. Could we say substantially in accordance with the site plan?
right, did we not say that?
No, it said in accordance with the site plan.
Let's say substantially in accordance. You're okay with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Why don't we consider that a,
Could I also state one more thing,
Yes.
sir? It's just that in terms of when you said transportation didn't have an issue, I just want to clarify that they did recommend deferral. So
oh, thank you for
that's
well,
that's what I've seen,
important.
so I just
That's an
wanted to be
important
clear on
point.
that.
Let me just,
Thank
Let
you.
me-
That's quite right. I just went back to it after I moved the motion as well. My understanding was that the revision incorporated the changes that are listed under the transportation memo. Is it possible for us to go out of committee long enough to determine that? That was my assumption.
do you want to go to committee to ask?
Well, I was assuming that these 3 conditions from transportation had been incorporated into the
So you
revision.
want to go out of committee and go back to the applicant
I
just
would-
ask them? Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay, we're coming out of committee. Thanks so much, Ms. Sekar. That's a very important point. We've got the motion on the floor. Was it seconded? What happened there? Did you second it or it's just? Okay, so we got the motion. It's not being seconded, but we're going to come out of committee. So we can go back to the applicant and just confirm Mr. Nipfel's question. So let's do that. Back to you, applicant's agent. We've got a question over to Mr. Nipfel to ask it.
Basically, do you have the transportation report in front of you, or have you reviewed it?
Hello. We've got an applicant somewhere. Where are they?
Hi, I just need to be unmuted. Thank you for your question. I do have the memo open in front of me. And just in summary, we did respond to the memo and updated the site plan accordingly. There was three simple asks.
Yeah.
One was to include 2 bicycle parking spaces on the site plan. That was already incorporated on the latest iteration that was submitted to the committee, but I made sure that they were aware and re-showed it to them on the site plan. I also updated the site plan with 2 requested notations, and those were to show that existing access driveway curb cuts that are no longer required must be closed and restored with soft landscaping and full concrete curbs to the satisfaction of transportation services. So that note was added to the site plan, and we are in agreement, as well as another notation stating that the owner will be required to obtain all permits from the Permits and Enforcement Unit of Transportation Services prior to the construction of the proposed dwelling. And that note was also added to their satisfaction, and we're in agreement with it.
And that's on the revised site plan that the planning department attached to their report, correct?
Correct, and you can see those 2 notes right beneath the development chart.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Is that satisfactory?
Yeah, so.
So want to come back into committee, or do you want to, does anybody else want to ask a question from the applicant while we're out of committee, or can we come back? So let's come back into committee and back to you, Mr. Nipfel.
Oh, I have the motion on the floor.
You got the motion. All right, so and you're not changing that motion based on
I
that?
don't think we have to. My colleague was right to point out that there were these 3 transportation conditions. My assumption, and the applicant has confirmed that it was correct, is that those 3 changes were incorporated into the revised site plan.
Okay, and you're making your motion in substantial compliance with the site plan. So they're in the site plan, you're making it substantially in accordance with the site plan.
Yeah.
So you're good, you're happy with your motion. So we need, unless there's a debate, let's get a seconder. Oh, so we got, and it's subject to forestry, right? Mr. Nipfel, yes, it is. Ms. Sankar, I don't know if you want to second this or you got more comments on it, but go ahead. You have the floor. You're seconding it? You're on mute, so I can't hear you.
Sorry, I was trying to get my mouse moving here for a second, but yes, I was seconding that. And Mr. Nipfel had said forestry in his first, his first motion. So I'm satisfied with that.
Okay, so we got the motion, we got a seconder, and unless there's any comments on this, let's put it to a vote. All those in favor, and it is approved. So congratulations to the applicant and the agent. And we are done with your application with approval, and we are on to number 16, which is 40 Tollerton Avenue. This is to construct a new detached dwelling with an integral garage. Application was deferred at August 1st. There's 9 variances. We have an arborist report. We have 2 counselor letters expressing concerns and voicing opposition. We have a letter of support. of these 9 variances, they include front yard setback, east yard setback, west side yard setback, and others. All right, where is the, I think we have only the applicant agent, right? Let me see here if I can find it. This is 16, and there is nobody in opposition here. So could we put the applicant's agent on the phone, please? Hello? Applicant.
Mr.
agent.
Chair,
Hi there, so
members of the
please,
committee, good afternoon.
hi, so we want your name and address.
My name is Sia Zanjani. Absolutely, my name is Sia Zanjani and my address is 15 Allstate Parkway, Markham, Ontario, and I'm the architect and the agent for this application.
Okay, thanks. So are there any changes since you're,
Correct, yes. Mr. Chair, just a small correction. You mentioned that there are two councilors' letters. One was the initial opposition, and then we worked. We revised the drawings. We worked with the councilor's office, and the second one is actually a confirmation of the fact that they're in support of the application. Just wanted to make that correction. That's the initial one that's on the screen, and then that was followed by an email. That's correct. The part that's highlighted. So, yes, we want to propose a change to
Okay.
remove one of the variances, and that's variance number 5, which relates to the height and projection of the rear cedar deck.
okay,
Again, we worked with staff to make an improvement, and we no longer need that variance.
okay. And but is that part of the, so you removed that one since the application, have you? You removed number 5.
Since the deferral was made, we've made some changes to the drawings, and that is correct. That's part of
Okay,
the
but
revised drawings.
Is it in the application before us, or was it withdrawn before the application? Like, I just want to be clear, just so,
No, it is in the application before you. It's number 5.
so you're
It's
removing,
variance number 5.
you're removing variance number 5. Okay,
Removing that
so
variance.
everybody
Yes.
has heard that.
Yes.
All right, so,
And
Yeah.
again, I'm referring to number 5 from the public notice, just so we
from a
don't mix up
public
the
notice.
numbers.
Okay. So, given
Yeah.
that, I just wondered if my colleagues want to hear or want to ask a question of the applicant, or whether they would like a full 5-minute. Mr. Bartolo.
I don't need
Question.
a full presentation, just one quick question, Mr. Chair. For the applicant there, you removed variance number 5, which is fine, but the drawing package in front of us still reflects variance number 5 before it's removed. Is this an updated drawing package with that reflects the removal of number 5?
Okay, so how do we want to deal with that? Okay,
There's,
so what do you
there's a
say to that,
recommendation to
Mr.?
tie it to.
What do you have to say about that, applicant? You're going to change the drawing?
So the revised drawings still show a revised deck, but which is substantially smaller than the previous version, and since the depth of the deck is now compliant with the bylaw, therefore the height no longer is a concern or a minor variance. Therefore, we checked with the examiner just to make sure that it's no longer needed, and we would like to remove it. If I understood your question correctly.
No problem. I'm just looking at the set of drawings dated or received August 19th, dated August 19th as well. And there's a bubble revision on A1, and it shows the deck at 2.438 meters. I just want to make sure And that appears to eliminate variance number 5, right?
That is correct. If the depth is 2.5 meters or less, therefore there's no requirement for the height, and that kind of complies with the requirements of any platform.
Where I'm going with this is this application could be developed substantially in accordance with the plan submitted, and it would satisfy, everything would be okay if we remove number 5 and did that.
We are okay with that.
Yeah, okay, that, I'm good, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Other questions, panel members? Do we want to hear a presentation? No. I think we don't need to hear a presentation. I think the members are satisfied. It's your prerogative. You can do the presentation, but you might be lucky by not doing it. So it's up to you. We're ready to, we don't need to hear from you. But we're not going to force you not to say something. What do you want to do?
No, we're good. We're good. Thank you.
So let's go into committee. I look for Ms. Sankar, who may have a motion, but she's on mute.
Yeah, not a problem. Through you, Mr. Chair, I will make a motion. I do believe that the explanations today and the application itself is self-explanatory. I don't feel that individually or cumulatively, especially with the amendments made today, that this is something to worry about. I do believe it meets the 4 tests. And so I'll put forward a motion to approve this application, and coupled with all of the letters of support, as well as the councillors' change of mind to support the application, a motion to approve it and make it subject to variance number 5 being deleted. And that's my motion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Sankar and Ms. Casson.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a friendly amendment to that. I would also make it subject to the conditions that were in the staff report from August 1st. July 25th is the staff report on the previous, when it was previously considered. So that the proposal be developed in accordance with the side west yard as shown on the site plan. However, it's not the right site plan, is it? Oh. Or does it matter? I'm not sure.
No, I don't want to confuse that, just in case. I haven't seen a staff report that's for this current one, and normally they would regardless. So
It's in the,
I don't know that I can accept that.
it's in the,
Unless you want to just say substantially in accordance with what they've delivered already right now.
Sorry, just to clarify, that we do have correspondence that said from the planning department, we can put it up, that says their former staff report still
Yes,
applies.
please. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, if that's the case and the 2 conditions from the previous staff report apply, I think the concern is it's the wrong site plan, but could we not just say,
Yeah.
refer to it as the revised site plan? Because as Mr. Portola had indicated, it actually encompasses the changes that were introduced today.
Okay, so, well, let's just be clear on the staff report, right? So the applicant's eliminating variance number 5, which is in accordance with that staff report. Then there is the proposal to be developed in accordance with the west side yard, and the proposal in accordance with the south side and north side wall heights. So do we need this? No. Yes. Okay. So are we okay with that?
You can keep the same language if you like, and just make it applicable to the drawings received August 18th, then you should be fine with everything.
Okay. So back
Mr. Chair, I'll withdraw my motion, just that someone else can take that up, I withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Okay, so since Ms. Casson raised these issues, do you want to make a motion? Sure. Okay.
Okay, so I will make a motion for approval of this application as amended. So that was to eliminate variance number 5 and to make it conditional on the staff report conditions from July 25th. 1 and 2, that the proposal be developed in accordance with the side west yard as shown on the site plan. I would say the revised site plan. I'm not sure the date of that, as opposed to the one attached to the report.
Yeah, we should have a date on that.
Do we have that date?
If if it's the same revised plan that is in your package, that's labeled revised.
July 19th, it says.
Which
Sorry?
is the
Oh, okay.
19th?
In the summary, it says July. So August 19th, then, the site plan submitted on August 19th. And then the condition 2 was that the proposal be developed in accordance with the side south and side north wall heights as shown on the elevation drawings submitted to the committee. And I don't think those changed. I think those are okay.
Okay.
Sorry, we're just trying to confirm the plan date.
It says issued to C of A staff 2024, July 19th, up on the top in blue writing. Am I looking at the wrong ones?
We're just trying to, give us a second, we're just trying to determine the right plan.
Yep.
For procedural fairness, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask if you thought that we didn't ask the applicant if that staff report still stood or if it, impacted him. That sort of just jumped out while we went into committee.
Yeah.
And so just for
Good point.
procedural fairness, I just feel we
Okay,
should
well,
ask.
why don't we come out of committee? Why don't we go back to the applicant? And let's just ask the applicant about this staff report and how that fits in with this application. Let's go, why don't I hand it over to you, Ms. Sankar, and you can just clarify this with the applicant rather than me asking questions. Why don't we do that? Okay, so we're out of committee.
For sure.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to ask her if, with the fact that we've brought in now the old staff report, are looking for specific dates for the actual revised plans, to be approved under that new submission. And all of the other features that applied from the old staff report, how does that impact your application? Does it at all?
Is the applicant there?
He may still be muted, so maybe if we could
Yeah.
unmute him.
Is the applicant, can we unmute the applicant?
Yes, sorry, I was waiting to be, yeah, so I guess one piece of information that would clarify the confusion is that our previous hearing on August 1st that was deferred, we revised the site plan prior to that date. So no matter whether you refer to the July, I believe it's July, let me check, just July 19 site plan or the August 19, they're identical. So both of them are the same. So we really have no preference on which one you tie the decision to. Since we worked with staff prior to the deferral and then submitted the revised drawings prior to the August 1st deferral. So both site plans are generally the same, and from our end, there's no preference.
Through you,
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Chair.
you.
Any clarification on the dates?
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt. They're not the same.
No.
It's very close, but the decks are two different sizes. One's 8 feet, one's 11 feet, and that was the variance that was eliminated. So you have to use the
New one.
August 18th set.
Agree.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if it's helpful, we can put up the August, as received, August 19th site plan up.
You want to put it up on the, Stream, okay,
Yeah, it's in the package. It's in your agenda package, but we'll put it up just to make sure.
okay.
Well, that's correct. You're fine with that, but the site plan that's attached to the staff reports also has a deck from what I can see at 8 feet. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. But again, just to kind of wrap this up, you're fine with what's on the screen if you want to use that as the latest plan.
Ms. Casson?
Just a clarification, what about the elevation drawings, which are we using ones, were they submitted on August 19th as well? A new package?
I think that's a question to you, Mr. Applicant.
Mhm.
Hello?
Again, yes, we have no issues with that. You could refer to the site elevation as part of the August 19 as well. Yes.
Thank you.
Right, well, the applicant's with us and we're out of committee. Are there any other questions? Do we know where we're going? I think we do, right? So let's go back into committee and let's go back to Ms. Casson. Are you okay with this now, Ms. Sankar? Just want to check with you because I know you've raised a few.
Yes,
very
that's been
helpful
clarified
issues.
and
Okay.
I feel better about it. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll let Ms. Casson carry the ball here as you were in the middle of a motion, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm moving a motion for approval of this application as amended. So that is eliminating variance 5 for the rear platform height of the first story, and subject to the conditions in the planning staff report from July 25th that say that the proposed be developed in accordance with the side west yard as shown on the submitted site plan to the Committee of Adjustment, and we will say dated August 19th, received, sorry, thank you, August 19th, and that the proposed be developed in accordance with the side south and side north wall heights as shown on the submitted elevations to the Committee of Adjustment received on August 19th as well. There are no forestry conditions, so I believe that is it.
Well, we need a seconder. Maybe I should go back to Ms. Sankar because I know you raised the issues and you started the ball, you started running with this ball and then kind
Yeah,
of.
I second it.
Okay.
I second
Thank
that
you,
now.
thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so that's good. We reached a consensus, I think. But let's, unless there's anything else to say, let's put it to a vote. And those in favor? Mr. Bartolo, are you in favor? Yes, you are. Okay. So it is passed. There's no opposition. Congratulations to the applicant. And let's move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next one is 17. 17 is 492 Fairlawn. This is to construct a detached ancillary structure, a pool house and swimming pool in the rear yard. This includes rear yard soft landscaping, lot coverage, and height of the top of the entrance. We've got a forestry report, we've got a petition of support, and that's it. And we have nobody in opposition present, but we have an agent for the applicant who is on virtual. So could we see that agent, please? Hello? Agent. Are they there?
Good afternoon. Sorry, I was muted there. Chris Marchese, is 185 Legion Road North.
Okay. Any changes to this application since it was submitted?
Nope. Well, prior to the public notice being issued, I work with planning staff to reduce the variances to ensure planning staff support. Hence the reason for no staff report being issued on this file.
Right.
I don't think a presentation is necessary, but I do want to speak on the condition proposed by Urban Forestry when the time is right.
Well, okay. Somebody want to, well, why don't you speak about that now? Just tell us, what do you think about the urban forestry condition?
All right, so although I'm not opposed to the condition being proposed due to trees that are located on the abutting neighbor's property, I do believe it is redundant and automatically creates an additional process for my client when in fact it may not be required. At the time of building permit stage, if the proposal is not amended to ensure that the construction is outside of the TPZ, a permit to injure or destroy will automatically be required, regardless of a condition being placed on the decision today. However, if my client wishes to amend the plans and stay outside of the TPZ zone at the building permit submission through a revision of these plans, they will be forced to clear the condition even though it will not be required. So just a little context, a tree outside of the property boundaries on 490 forces a TPZ of just under 3 meters that is slightly encroaching into the subject property boundary. Through conversations with the homeowner and my client, there is potential for them to revise these plans to ensure that they are fully protecting the TP zone and no construction is taking place within those areas. And therefore we want that chance at the building permit stage to make those changes and avoid the need for having to clear a condition, while understanding that if no changes to the plans are made, that a permit to injure or destroy will be required. Now, with that being said, I'm not going to stand here and argue on this topic. So if the committee feel that the condition is necessary, I'm happy to have that implemented on a decision here today. But those are my thoughts regarding potential redundancy of a condition that's being proposed by Urban Forestry.
All right, so we've heard on that issue. We do have the urban forestry report. Do we have, well, do you want to hear, does anybody want to hear a full presentation from the applicant? I see heads nodding sideways, which means they're shaking, which means they don't want to hear the presentation. But what about the urban forestry? Does anybody have any further questions or thoughts on that while we're here with the applicant before I give him the opportunity to present further or not? Anybody want to?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think it's an unreasonable ask. He's not trying to get out of the rules. He's just saying if it gets picked up at the building permit stage and it's required, we'll do it. Don't tie a condition to me that I may not have to actually physically execute, but I'll still have to go through the administrative process on.
Okay.
I'm okay with it.
All right. Anybody else have questions of him before we let him go? Okay, so we're going to go back to you, Mr. Applicant's agent. And you do get your 5 minutes if you want it, but you already really articulated your position. And there's really, you know, I'm not sensing a lot of opposition. I don't know what they're going to do with the forestry, but you've already heard that there's some support. Do you want to make a presentation, or do you want to just let us go into our committee and do our decision now?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no other comments on my end. I'm happy for you and the committee members to take into committee for a decision and a motion at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go into committee. Anybody besides Mr. Bartolo want to talk about this, or should I give him the floor? Anybody have any thoughts on this tree issue? Nobody seems to be jumping all over this tree. Mr. Nipfel, no. Okay, well, why don't we go back to Mr. Bartolo? You've got some thoughts. Why don't you make a motion? But you have to be unmuted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a relatively straightforward application. I don't see any harm on the local community or area. I'm inclined to agree with the applicant on the tree issue. It will get picked up by urban forestry and building department if required. So therefore, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application with no conditions.
With no conditions, so you don't need the forestry condition. Okay, so I see Mr. Nipfel has raised his hand. Does that mean you're seconding that? Okay, so we got a motion, we got a seconder. I don't know if we're going to debate this. I don't know if Ms. Sankar wants to say anything. She's shaking, so let's put it to a vote. All those in favor? and it is approved. Congratulations to the applicant. Let's move on to 18.
Thank you for your time this afternoon. Have a great day.
Thank you. So 18 is 238 Ellerslie Avenue is to construct a new detached dwelling. We have an arborist report, a forestry report, and a staff report. The staff report talks about modifying variance number 1 for the side yard and eliminating variances number 3, 6, and 7. There are 8 variances, and they include things such as west side yard setback, lot coverage, height of the building structure, and so forth. Let us go to, so this is 18, and 18 does not have any opponent either, and it has a virtual agent online who I'd like to hear from, please. Hello?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Hi, so state your name, state your address, then pause, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jim Katsopoulos, 27 Field Flower Crescent in Richmond Hill.
Thank you. So now, do you have any changes that you're making to this before we get going?
So, Mr. Chair, as you have before you, and you have alluded to it, there is a staff report, and the applicant and the staff, Mr. Chair, had some very diligent discussions, obviously, and right before, in line with the notice being sent out. And what you have before you, Mr. Chair, are 4 revision requests from city planning. And I just want to reiterate those, Mr. Chair, which the applicant fully agrees with. And that, Mr. Chair, would be the modification to variance number 1 for the side yard setback. So currently it's from 1.8 meters to 1.22. However, Mr. Chair, that will be revised from 1.8 meters to 1.5. The second revision, Mr. Chair, would be to eliminate in its entirety variance number 3. The third revision, Mr. Chair, would be to eliminate in its entirety variance number 6. And the fourth revision, Mr. Chair, would be to eliminate in its entirety variance number 7.
Okay. All right, so panel, you've heard the applicant. They're making the changes requested by the city staff. There is a forestry report here, but there's no opposition. So before I get going with this applicant's agent, I just wondered to what degree people want a full presentation based on the changes that he has now advised us of. I don't see a lot of interest from my fellow panel members in hearing a full presentation. Am I wrong? Am I reading the room wrong? I don't think I am. Okay, so Mr. Applicant Agent, you've heard from the head shaking of the panelists that they don't really need to hear a full presentation given what you've already advised us of, but it's up to you. You are entitled to
Mr. Chair,
5 minutes, but
thank
we
you
don't
for that
really need to hear it.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate the opportunity and I'm here for any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions? Oh, yeah, there is. Okay, Mr. Nipfel, there is a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you tell me whether you've had any discussions with the adjacent neighbors about possible privacy overlook from the deck at the back of the building? As I see it on the west side, the deck appears to be adjacent to an existing garage. On the other side, it has full exposure to the rear yard of the property at, sorry, just give me a second, at number 234. And I'm just wondering if you've had any discussions with those 2 neighbors and whether they've raised any concerns about privacy.
Mr. Chair, through you, I'm not personally aware of any discussions between the owner, Mr. Chair, with those two owners that you've identified. However, I would like just to reiterate, based on your question, variances 6 and 7 were obviously originally dealing with those platforms, as you've identified in the rear, along the rear wall. And both of those variances, Mr. Chair, have been eliminated.
But they, excuse me one second, those particular variances don't deal with potential overlook. That's my point. Just give me 1 second. 6 deals with the area of the platform. So the area is going to remain at 4, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, my mistake. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Let me just check. Anybody else? Nobody else seems to be itching to make a question of you, Mr. Applicant Agent. So I think you're kind of understanding where we're going with this, but are you going to, I think we almost left you, right? You don't need to make a presentation, but it is your prerogative. Otherwise, we'll go into committee and do our business. Is that okay?
Mr. Chair, again, thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to hearing from the committee.
All righty, let's go into committee. And I look to the panel members for someone to make a motion, I think. And that's Ms. Sankar, who's still muted, but is making the motion in her.
Sure, I was just waiting for you to call my name to unmute. But yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I do believe that this application does meet the 4 tests. I have no concerns with it. I think with the applicant meeting the staff report of September 6th in modifying variance 1 to read now 1.5 meters and then eliminating variances 3, 6, and 7. I'm putting forward a motion to approve the application with those changes made by the applicant or agent here today and making it subject to forestry condition number 1.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you're bringing the motion with the application as amended, subject to condition, and I saw Mr. Knipfel, Mr. Knipfel, you've raised your hand. Does that mean you're seconding it? You're seconding it. So let's put it to vote. All those in favor? And it's unanimous. Congratulations. Let us move on to the next one, which is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Let us go to item number, what's this now? Item number 19. Item number 19, where we have 327 Princess Avenue to construct a new dwelling. Got an arborist report, a forestry report, 1 letter of objection. We've got some variances, including the east side yard, west side yard, extension of the building, and lot coverage. We don't have any opposition here either, right? But we've got an agent and an old agent was the applicant. We've got, oh, are you you're the neighbors and you're opposed to it. Oh, okay.
Mr. Chair, they have to approach so we can hear them and record this.
Hang on a second. Well, who are you? You're the applicant or you're the neighbor? You're resident. Okay, so we do have opposition, but are they on the list? They just showed up. Okay.
Anybody can speak. There's no requirement to pre-register.
Well, I'm going to let them speak anyway, but we'll have to discuss the process another time. But you're not to speak yet. You're just to. Let's go to the agent then. Where is the agent?
Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of committee. My name is Randall Dickey. I'm the authorized agent for the owner. My address is 446-1111 Davis Drive in Newmarket.
Okay, so before you get going, do you have any changes to your application?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do.
Okay,
With
great,
respect to variance number 3,
right?
we are asking that it be deleted from the list. Variance number 3 dealing with the proposed extension on the back. That one is to be deleted in its entirety.
Okay. All right, so
So all that
that,
remains are variance. Yes, correct. 1 and 2 for side yard setbacks plus coverage.
okay. Does anybody else know to do, like, that we do have people here, I don't know if you know that they're here, but you do know now. And did they know about that yet? Do they know about
Mr.
that, or
Chair,
should we
I'm not
make?
sure what they do.
Okay, so you just, okay, so we'll get to them, but, I just want to make efficient use of our time. You've got 5 minutes, why don't you go ahead and make your presentation, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of committee. As you understand, this is a proposal to develop a new 2-story dwelling on the property. The proposal, I believe, it's easy to argue that is generally consistent with what is happening in the neighborhood. We are requesting just slight side yard reductions for both the east and west side. 1 foot reduction is the request, which I think is fairly common throughout the neighborhood. The proposed setback on the east side abutting 329 Princess Avenue is the proposed setback is actually greater than what exists right now. Currently, there's a 4-foot setback. Our proposal is to provide a 5-foot side yard setback, although it is a 2-story structure. I would also note that the abutting property to the east has a side yard setback of 4 feet, and we are requesting 5 feet. With respect to variance number 3, as I noted, it's being deleted in its entirety. Those drawings are before committee, and they are reflected in the August 29, 2024 revision. The 4th variance is a slight increase in coverage from 30% to 32.03. There is still ample front yard and rear yards amenity areas. I would also note that I'm also aware of forestry conditions, which the owner has no objection to. I am aware of the 1 letter that was submitted by the owner of 329 Princess, which is the abutting property to the east. I've read that letter and discussed it with my design team. We're a little bit unsure what that letter truly means. There is no construction activity already begun on site. There has been no permit issued. So we don't really understand the nature of that letter of objection. And obviously the basement excavation would be typical for what is happening in this area of North York. And basement excavations are fully controlled and regulated by the building department. So to conclude, I believe the 3 variances that we are asking are reasonable and supportable. We have no objection to the forestry condition. I would be pleased to try to answer any other questions, and if the neighbor that still needs to speak, once I hear what they do have to say, I may have some further comments. So thank you very much.
All right, panel members, questions of the applicant, or, yes, we do, Mr. Bartolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Applicant, I understand you eliminate variance number 3, no problem. Should that, in theory, not bring down the lot coverage in variance number 4, or is it so minor that it just didn't calculate?
It does not affect the coverage, through you, Mr. Chair. It was a more way of the way that the exterior grading was reworked through the design.
I see.
So
Okay,
the
no
building
problem.
footprint has not changed.
Thank you.
Okay. So unless there's other questions of the panel. Let us hear from the resident, please. You may come to the podium. Yes, right here. Make sure it's on. Is it on? The microphone?
It's
Yes.
Anna. Hi, everyone.
Hi, and state your name. And
My name is Selena, and I'm the project manager, like looking after most of my client's property, and then the owner of 329 Princess Avenue.
Okay.
Okay, we do email.
So we've got, do we have your name and address, right? We got your name,
My name is Selena Yan.
Selena
Yan.
Yan, and we have your address, your office address, or we need your address for our records.
Oh, okay. My address is 62 Truman Road in North York, Ontario.
Okay. All right, so now you'll have up to 5 minutes to talk about the application. You're speaking on behalf of your client, who is a neighbor, but you only get the 5 minutes. So if your client wants to speak, that comes out of your 5 minutes, right?
Sure.
Is your client speaking or just you?
Just me.
Okay, go ahead. You got 5 minutes.
Okay. Hi, Chair and everyone. I'm here to representing my client to bring up few concerns about the neighbor constructions at 327 Princess Avenue. So we are the east property of the 327 Princess Avenue. And then based on the proposal and the variance, we have concern for number 1 and 2, which is fairly similar, talking about the setbacks of the property. And then we just wanted to ensure, like, I'm not trying to oppose, but I'm trying to ensure and then suggest maybe we should do a pre-construction monitoring survey just to make sure that there's no future liability issues after the constructions or whatsoever that affecting our structures. Because so far we didn't see any depths, how deep they are going to dig at 327, and I just wanted to make sure structure-wise it's safely not affecting our residencies at 329. And also, I'm pretty sure that they will, like about the shoring, like I'm not sure like how deep they're going to dig, and then if it's deeper than our property at 329, maybe they should install the shoring just to ensure that there's no damage of like our current structure. That's all I'm trying to talk about. And also, obviously, like the mail that we sent it out is the concerning of our fencing, landscaping, and the paving, that it's been done perfectly at our yard. And then obviously during and then in between and after construction, I don't want any damages for my client's property. That's the point we are trying to represent here. Thank you.
Thank you. Just, did you ever talk to the applicant about these issues? Or?
No, and then we were, like my client were on vacation, and when we received the letter, it's already passing the deadline. I think we emailed it out 2 days after the deadline. So I think the applicant was mentioning that they saw our email. Maybe we should state it clearly by our intention. So I didn't mean to say during construction or whatsoever, but we are trying to say we wanted to ensure all these things, because structurally, I know there are zoning by law and the city is looking after that, but I want to ensure my client's structure, everything was safely being protected.
So you're just trying to protect your client.
That's
You're
right.
not actually opposed to the application.
No, I didn't have a contact or
You're more
whatsoever.
concerned about how the construction proceeds if this is approved.
And yeah, because I understand the setback, right? And then the setback, it's 1.5 meters. And then, and also on the site plan, and it shows that our property is 1.2. We bought the property as is. We didn't go through any of that. So, and then obviously I'm concerning about like the depths they are digging, because obviously the setback is eliminating, like it's smaller now in between two properties. And then I just
You're not
want.
really objecting, you're just you're expressing your concern.
Yeah, I'm not, but this is our like first time, and then
Right.
I just want to protect them because,
Okay.
you know.
Do any of the panel members have questions for the resident?
I think
Okay.
mainly because after the construction and then our property and our yard, it's completely finished, right? And then the fencing and everything, I wanted to be ensured.
Okay, so we'll let you sit down. The applicant will come back and they'll get a chance to address the things that you've said.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd encourage you, you know, if we approve this, just keep in touch and make sure that they're doing, you know, the kinds of things that you need.
Okay.
But let's hear from the applicant anyway, and they can address your issues as part of
Okay.
this hearing. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we now go back to the applicant's agent. Would you please come back? Effectively, it's your rebuttal to the residents' comments, but maybe you could answer them best you can at this stage so that we can
Yes.
go into committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My comments would be twofold. First of all, as I'm sure the committee is aware, but I would also note for the neighbors and their representative that the types of issues that they're discussing are controlled and regulated through the building permit process. And there will be detailed drawings and building inspectors and engineers signing off on all of these matters. On a more of a directly relational perspective between neighbor to neighbor, I will commit to talking to my client and my development design team to make sure that they have conversations with the neighbors to the east to try to resolve any construction matters that do come up. Obviously, there will be some kind of disruption that comes with construction. But I will talk to my client about trying to make sure that the lines of communication are left open. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Panel members, any questions of the applicant, or are we ready to move into committee, which let us do that? Okay, thank you to the applicant's agent. We're now in committee. Look to my fellow panel members if there is an interest in a discussion or a motion. Is there an interest in a motion? Mr. Bartolo, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I think this is a reasonable application and that the requested variances are minor. Understand the neighbors' concerns about the construction process and the shoring and the undermining. The building department should deal with that in their inspections. But I echo your comments on the neighbors to speak to each other regarding that. But all in all, from a planning point of view, I have no issues with this, and I'll put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the conditions of the urban forestry memo attached and subject to variance number 3 being eliminated.
All right. Okay, Ms. Casson is seconding that. I take it there is not a huge interest in having a discussion, so let's vote on it. And I could see Ms. Sankar is already voting. Everybody's voting, and it's all approved. Congratulations to the applicant. We encourage you, as you've already said, to work with the neighbor through the construction process to minimize any kind of disruptions. And let us move on to item 20.
Thank you very much.
To the residents for their comments. Item 20 is 4950 Yonge Street. And this is a proposal for interior alterations, expansion of existing Good Life Fitness gym. The variance here is for a gross floor area devoted to commercial recreational uses. And it was limited to 28, but it's now being asked for at 2,800, it's asked 3996 square meters. There is a letter of objection. Other than that, there's a bunch of documents, but nothing of a lot of significance here. We do have, though, a number of area residents, including some in person, I think. So let us go to the applicant's agent on the line or in person. Is the applicant's agent here in person? No, they are online.
On the line.
All right. Okay, applicant's agent, please come forward. Please state your name and address.
My name is Eva Purchell, and my address is 710 Proudfoot Lane in London, Ontario.
All right. Are you making any changes to the application?
No, we are not.
Okay. All right. There are other people, residents and so forth, right? They're on virtually. Is there somebody here in person? I don't know. Anyway, you've got 5 minutes, so go ahead, applicant's agent.
So we have an existing club here at this location. It is a very popular location of ours. We have a lot of members and a lot of traffic. The club is overdue for some upgrades and renovations. The members of this location would greatly appreciate these additional amenities and additional square footage that we are looking to add to the club. It would benefit our business as well as everyone who joins and uses our location. We do have an existing, the units that we are looking to expand into are currently in our name. We are paying rent on them. So we have taken possession of them quite a while ago. So we are just looking to complete the renovations on them. They are currently not in use, so we feel that completing these renovations and making use of the space would be great additions to the building. And I have not seen that letter of opposition, so I was not aware that there was any opposition to our application.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question was going to be as a result of one of the letters of opposition. There's a concern, I gather, that the entrance to this building is going to change and be shared with residential residents in the area. And I don't frankly understand that from the plan, and I was wondering if you could maybe go over the ground floor plan or whatever other plans are necessary to explain to us what might change relative to the entrance and the expansion?
Yeah, I am happy to go over any plans. We are not changing any exterior entrances. Our exterior entrance that is existing will remain existing. The entrance that can be seen on here would be for barrier-free members only, as the only access to this level through our existing space is a set of stairs, whereas this entrance has an existing lift that the landlord has designated to us. That lift, as well as the staircase directly next to it, would only enter our space. That space does not have access to the residence corridors or anything of that sort. It would enter directly into our club, and the exterior entrances there would remain existing, open to the public. That would not change in any way.
So could we refer to because I think this is going to be helpful for what we're going to hear, could we refer to the ground level expansion plan? Can you explain to me, if I was going to work out, would I, how would I enter? Would I enter through the bottom right-hand corner where the two doors are, or do I go through the circular door and then from the lobby into your area? Because I don't understand the issue that's been raised. Not from you, but from the.
So typically, I believe that the main entrance into that space would be that right-hand bottom door. I believe that that is street level access. But to my knowledge, that both of those circular doors are currently street level public access as well. I have not been to this location recently, but the last time I was there, all three sets of those doors were public access. They were not limited to residents of the building, but anybody off the street could walk in them. Okay. Those would remain public access, and typically our members would not use those doors anyways. It would only be if a member needed barrier-free access, they would take the elevator within the building up to this level, use the lift to enter those doors, but any other member would enter through our main doors, which are on the concourse level, not this ground floor level.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Are there other questions of the applicant by any panel members? And I see none. So let's go to the public members. Do we have people in person, area residents in person? All right. Are there area residents in person? No. Okay, because it says that there were.
Okay.
All right.
First of all, I have
Hang on,
reside in
before you say
155
anything-
Beecroft Road,
No, don't
condo
talk, don't
complex
talk
now
yet.
over 10 years.
No, no.
My name-
You gotta stop. You gotta listen to me
Please
first.
state your name and address first, and then start to talk. Your name and address.
Yeah. My name is Sang Mong Nam. I'm retired.
Where do you live?
Actually, our living,
Your address, please. Your address. Your address. Your address.
yeah, 155 Beecroft
Yeah,
Road.
you should say it.
Yeah. I'm living in 155 Beecroft Road.
Okay. So you have,
Actually, our living environment
you got 5
has been
minutes.
very
Okay, let's start the
comfortable
clock
and
going.
satisfying. As I read the public notice, the applicant wants 2,800 square meters floor area to 3,996 square meters proposed floor and expansion of the existing proposed subject. This means more people will be gathered and their business should be prosperous. I like our community to grow and the surrounding area to be better off. So I like the idea that the proposed gross floor and after the new renovation, 3,996 square meters and expansion of the existing area. As a result, I don't have any opposing or different idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Take it there's no questions from the panel members? Thank you. All right. Do we have any other residents here that want to speak? Do we have them on the line? Can we open the phones for the virtual residents? Hello? Hello?
Yes,
Hi.
my name is Aq.
What's your name?
I reside Aq Lee.
Okay. Well, where's your address?
I live in 153 Beecroft Road.
Okay, now before you get going, we have 2 people listed here at 153 Beecroft Road. Are you sharing your time? Because we're going to give you up to 5 minutes. Are you both going to speak together? Is the other person there with you?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so you have 5 minutes for combined for the 2 of you. You can figure out how you want to use it. Why don't you go ahead and speak?
Thank you. It is unclear in the plans as to what will change. So I was trying to figure it out. Our concern is there is a corridor from our building and from 151 and 155 that goes through a garage and into the corridor that passes into the Yonge and Sheppard subway. And my question is whether that path would be removed as a result of this expansion.
Whether
This is an underground or underground path. And sorry, I don't have any more information as to how to identify that path, but those who live in our area is familiar with that, and it's used for that purpose.
Well, okay, because, so just explain, you have an underground path and you want to know how this is going to be impacted by this application. Is that correct? That's basically what you want to know?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
hopefully we'll give a chance, hopefully the applicant can address that on their rebuttal portion. Is there any other things that you wanted to say?
No, that is all. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just clear, 153 Beecroft is a condominium building.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure the other speaker who we have online
All
lives in a different unit. So I just want, if we can just unmute that person just to confirm.
All right, let's go to the, so the other person, have you confirmed that? Are they there? Okay. Hello. Hello.
We've unmuted Yvonne Lowe, Mr. Chair.
All right. Hello there.
Yes.
Could you please state your name and state
Hello.
your address? Hello.
Hello,
Yes, what's your name?
Yvonne Lowe. I live on 153 Beecroft Road,
What unit?
2605. My husband just spoken.
Oh, your husband just spoke. Okay, so you don't have anything more to
Yes,
say?
yeah.
Okay, we appreciate
No,
it.
no. There was same concern. Yeah.
Thank you for your time. Okay, let's now go back to the applicant's agent. And applicant's agent, could you please respond to the comments of the residents?
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to respond. We will not be affecting that pathway that they are concerned about in any way whatsoever. We are not taking over any public space. The space that we will be expanding to is private units that are not currently open to the public or private to enter. They are closed off and locked off spaces and will not affect public walkways, pathways, or anything of the sort.
Okay. Do you have anything else that you need to say to address the residents?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Now back to our panel members. While we still have the applicant's agent there, is there any questions from our esteemed panel members? No. All right, thank you to the applicant's agent. We'll now go into committee. I look to my panel members. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very modest expansion internally of the building. What I was not clear of, based on the letter of opposition and also the presentation here, was whether or not it was going to impact on any public roads through the building and the applicants.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair. Mr. Nutfeld's microphone isn't on.
Pardon me, my mistake. I think this is a very minor application, which is appears to be limited to internal changes within the building. The concern that I had was based or flowed from the letter of opposition. It sounded as though there was a concern that public rights of way through the building and public spaces were going to be impacted. The applicant has indicated that that is not the case, that the changes anticipated are completely internal. On that basis, Mr. Chairman, I can't see that there is any downside to the approval of this application. I think it clearly is minor, meets the other tests, and I'd like to move approval of it without condition.
Okay, so we got a motion on the floor, and is there Mr. Bartolo is seconding it. I'm presuming nobody else so let's put it to a vote. All those in favor, it is approved. Congratulations, and we will move on to what is our next item? I think 22, because 21 is something else. 22 is 8 Farm Coat Road. It's to construct a side and rear addition to existing detached dwelling. And we've got an arborist report, a staff report. The staff report that we have says we will not be submitting a staff report. And there's one variance. It's proposed side yard setback. We've got nobody here in opposition. We've got somebody on the line for the applicant. Could we put that person forward? Hello, person representing applicant in virtual reality. Are you there? Earth to applicant's agent. Where are they?
Mr. Chair, we've unmuted a Rachel Wang.
Hello. Not a Thomas Goral. We're supposed to be doing Thomas Goral, item number 22. How did Rachel Lane get in here? Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name and your
Good
address.
afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Corral. I'm the applicant for the owners of the subject property.
Thank you. Do you have any changes to this application before we get going with it?
No, we want to ask for the side yard setback
Okay.
only.
Just hold on a minute. Let me take a look at my panel members here and see their heads shake in agreement, which means they don't really need to hear from you, Mr. Agent. So you can accept that potentially good omen and just let us do our business, or you can speak. What would you like?
I accept that good omen.
Okay. Let us go into committee. And Ms. Casson would like to make a motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Unless anyone else has comments, I think this is a very minor application. It's just for a side yard. And I think that it's appropriate for what is being proposed. I think this application meets the 4 tests, and so I'd like to make a motion to approve it without any conditions.
Got a motion to approve without any conditions, and I see Mr. Nipfel seconding it, and Ms. Sankar jumping to vote on it, even though I haven't called the question, but so is Mr. Bartolo, so it is approved with everybody's hands in the air. And we are now adjourned until 4 o'clock. Thank you. Congratulations.
Just
Thank you very much.
quickly, I just want to make an announcement. If there's anybody still online, item number 21, we will hear at 4 o'clock because the public notices went out for 4 o'clock. So we'll hear it in about 25 minutes.
Back in 1 second. Okay. Okay, everyone, welcome back. Are we ready? Is the technology? Are we recording? Okay. All right, thank you. So again, welcome back to the afternoon session. I believe we have a deferral before us. It's item number 21. So let me address that. This deferral request, 159 Stibbard Avenue. This is to construct additions to the existing house. There's 6 variances. There's a staff report recommending refusal, and then there's variances include rear yard setback, floor space, rear yard soft landscaping. The applicant, I believe, wants a deferral, so let's go to the applicant for an explanation briefly of why they want the deferral. The applicant's agent.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi there.
Yes.
So please state your name, please state your address, and then go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, committees. My name is Rachel Wang. I'm from Markham. I'm the authorized agent of 159 Stibbard Avenue.
And what's
Today
your address? What's your address?
I'm applying.
Hello. What's your address, please?
Okay. 222 Eastland Park.
Thank you. Okay, so why do you want this deferral, please?
Because my clients and I, we need more time to discuss with the city planner to revise our proposal plan. That's why we would like to apply for a deferral of hearing.
Okay. All right. Thank you. There's a couple of neighbors, area residents, they're virtually now. Unless you have an opposition to, we're going to ask you whether you have any opposition to this deferral, but effectively the deferral means we're not going to hear it today. Okay? So who is there? Is that a resident? Just state your name, state your address.
Patricia Sutherland, 161 Stibbard Avenue.
Okay, do you have any objection to the fact that we're going to defer this unless something else dramatic happens? You have no objection to deferral?
No, I don't have an objection.
Perfect, thank you. Do we have another resident there? Hello, resident. State your name, please.
Yeah, my name's Chris Reynolds, and I live at 163 Stibbard.
Okay. Do you have any objection to a deferral?
No.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So let's go back into committee now. Anybody from committee want to bring a motion for presumably deferral? Mr. Bartolo, that's a motion to defer, is it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Right. It is. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll prefer the motion to defer, signing the to allow them to coordinate with the city.
Okay. I saw Ms. Casson is seconding that. All those in favor of the deferral? It is approved. Thank you. Now let's move on to item number 23, which is unopposed.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have a second deferral at 4 o'clock.
Oh, we have a second deferral. Fantastic. Which one is that?
It's on your sheet. It should be known as 41 Farrell.
41, 24. Okay. 24.
Item 24. Yeah.
Item number 24. Perfect. Let us, item number 21, 41 Farrell. Let's construct a new detached dwelling. There's 3 variances: lot coverage, building length, building depth. Where is our applicant's agent? Are they online? Could you put them forward? Hello?
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Hi, what's your name?
Nafisa Zangiobody, 30 Apple Orchard Path.
What's your
Thornhill.
address? What's your address?
30 Apple Orchard Path, Thornhill.
Perfect. Okay, so why do you want the deferral?
There was a mistake in the zoning notice and then consequently the public hearing notice that was sent out. So we're just waiting for the new notice and the new public hearing notice to be sent out.
All righty. Okay, let's go into committee. Panel members. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move approval or deferral of the application to allow for the correction of zoning notice mistake and the new circulation notice.
Thank you. Seconder, Ms. Casson. Those in favor? It's approved for deferral. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, any further?
That's all I have for now, so we'll go to number 23, please, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Number 23 happens to be 21 Country Lane. 21 Country Lane, this is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with 6 variances. These variances include west side yard setback, rear deck projection, lot coverage. There's a staff report. It asks for conditions to be imposed. Alrighty, I think that on 23 there is no opposition, but there is an applicant agent online, right? Hello. Hello, applicant agent. Can you state your
Good
name?
afternoon, Mr. Chair.
What's your name?
Ali Malikzadeh,
Like, what's your address?
236 Les Mills Road, Toronto.
Thank you. Any changes to your application?
No, Mr. Chair.
The staff have suggested that there's conditions being opposed. Are you okay with those conditions?
I read the staff report. I know that they are supporting the application, and I am okay with the conditions.
You're okay with the conditions. All right. So let me look to my panelists to see what they would like to do before we ask you, and they have either sat here in silence or shaken their heads, which means that is also a good omen for you, because you don't need to do a presentation unless you are really dying to present, because there's nobody else opposed to you and it's looking good. But
if it's required, I can make a presentation and then explain the variances and then the reason if the panel they want to see that.
I don't think they want it. Anybody want it? Anybody want to question them? No, you don't have to do anything. You can just let us do our job. Are you okay with that?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's go into committee. Panel members. Comments, questions, motions. Ms. Sankar. Ms. Sankar?
If my panel member colleagues don't have any questions, I can do a motion, sir.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
All right, through you, I do believe that it is a self-explanatory application. I understand what's happening, and I do feel that the applicant wanting to comply with the September 5th staff report is a good sign. So I'll put forward a motion to approve this application. I'll make it subject to forestry condition number 1, and I'll make it subject to the September 5th staff report in that the main wall height be developed substantially in accordance with the east and west side elevation drawings, as well as the west side yard setback of the dwelling and the east and west side yard setbacks for the 3rd floor be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing attached to the report that was submitted. And that's my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Seconder? Mr. Nipfel. Okay. Motion, seconder, those in favor? It is approved. Congratulations. And we now move to item number 25, which
Thank you.
is, thank you. Item number 25, 35 Old Orchard Grove, is to construct a 2-story addition to the rear of the existing dwelling, and to enclose a front porch. There's 7 variances. Those variances include front yard setback, elimination of an existing garage, and building depth. Got a forestry report. We've got some letters of support. We have the applicant agent somewhere, and we have 3 neighbor area resident people somewhere. Let's turn to our applicant's agent, please. Hello.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Hi,
Can you
what's
hear
your
me?
name?
My name is Dan Achimowicz. I'm the architect and the agent for this project.
What's your address?
I'm located at DA Design, and our office is located at 1185 Queensway East in Mississauga.
Perfect. Do you have any changes that you want to make to this application before we get going?
I do not.
No. Okay. All right, you've got 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. If you could please pull up the drawings, I could do a quick presentation of what we're proposing here and the reasons behind the variances. So I think this is the existing site plan. If we can, yep, thank you. Well, you can actually go to those renderings. We can quickly show you in a visual format. So at the front of the home, we have enclosed the existing uncovered front porch and created a 1-story enclosed front porch across the entire front of the property. At the back of the property, there is a small extension at the rear, and it is a 2-story extension to the back of the property. If we can just go over to the drawings now, slide over to maybe the proposed site plan. Yeah, so you can kind of visually see what the extent of our addition is. Now, in order to achieve this addition at the back, the owners have decided to take down the existing garage at the back of the property because they really never see themselves using it. And what we've done here is basically try the best that we could to stay within the existing setback. So you'll see that on the right side, we've stayed within the setback. At the rear, we're nowhere near at the back. We do have the deck that extends off of the rear living room, off of the new rear living room. And then the front of the property, some of the variances that are being caused have to do with, well, we have a small 1-story enclosed porch. And what the client also asked for, in order to alleviate the difficult situation of the shared driveway, is a proposed new parking spot that's kind of carved into the existing softscape, all while taking care of that existing large tree that's at the front. So a proposed parking spot kind of wraps around the root ball of that tree. If we can go over to the floor plans, I can just quickly go over those. I think I have about 3 minutes, so I'm okay there. That's the existing basement. So we've basically kind of cleaned it up, and we're basically trying to modernize this home into a new 2-story home. So that's the proposed basement with some rec area space. No basement apartments or anything like that, just some guest rooms, workout rooms, and play areas. If we can go up to the proposed ground floor, we've extended at the back. We've created a new sort of galley kitchen, as well as a nice new living space at the front of at the back of the property with an outdoor deck as well. On the second floor, we've created basically a 3-bedroom plus an office, if you will. House with just a regular sized main room at the rear of the property with decent amenities. So nothing extremely large, but a rather modern home that should suffice for this family for some time to come. The variances that we've created have to do with the front yard setback. One of them deals with lawful parking space, and again, that deals with the fact that we've eliminated the garage. Maximum permitted building depth is 2.4 meters over. The landscaping is under on the softscape portion. Most of that has to do with the fact that we have that new parking space at the front. And again, we were just kind of trying to alleviate that condition where there's often a bit of a bottleneck between the people next door. There's an easement or right of way between the homes to get in and out. So the owners just kind of wanted to take care of that at this stage during this committee instead of sort of causing problems later. The other one does deal with the floor space index. When we first initially designed this home, we did design it like an additional 2 feet longer, and then we realized that that was really pushing it, so we kind of pushed everything back, squeezed in those rooms upstairs, and I think you can tell that we really, sort of kept everything to an average size. Nothing is sort of over the top, if you will. We also looked at the properties at the back. There are some other properties in this neighborhood that are just about as extended as this one towards the rear. So we tried to keep within those lines as we did this design. The last variance deals with softscape, once again, or landscaping at the front yard. So those are the 7 variances at hand. And if there's any questions, I'll gladly try and answer them.
All right, thank you. Panel members, questions of the applicant? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have concerns with variance number 4 and variance number 7, the deficient landscaping. I noticed your existing condition, if I'm correct, has an interlocked paved driveway. And in your proposal, the proposed site plan indicates that you've got you're proposing asphalt paving for the driveway and the new parking stall. I appreciate that you've taken the initiative to extend landscaping out onto the boulevard, but that, as you know, that boulevard area doesn't count towards your landscaping percentage. Short of turning down the entire application because of the landscape deficiency, I'm wondering if an alternative that you might agree to might be to put permeable paving on the driveway and the parking space rather than asphalt. It's not ideal, but it will allow for some percolation of rainwater into the ground.
Yeah, no, I think the owners are very reasonable. Modern people, they understand the situation with environmental changes and so on. So I would suggest that they would agree to permeable pavers instead of losing this parking space. I think this parking space will make a world of difference for them and the neighbors, right? Sort of kind of keeping their cars on one side and leaving the right of way open for the neighbor to the left. So I would suggest that that condition would be acceptable to them.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Other questions, panel members? No. We have residents somewhere? We have a resident that we can hear from? No? Yes? Here? Here. Okay. Come up, please. So state your name. No, you don't come to me, right? Does everybody have what they need from her? You just come to the podium. Come to the podium, make sure the microphone is on.
Yeah.
And state your name.
Nadare Seifai,
And state your address.
39 Old Orchard Grove.
Okay, and then you get 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right, go on.
Just to give a background, I have purchased this property just about 2 weeks ago and just learned about this application. The closing date would be end of this month. So I'm just learning about this extension that's been put forward. Overall, based on what I have seen in the plan, I am concerned about the size of the extension. As is the existing extension, it's created a big wall on the left side of the house because there's just so narrow gap between the two houses. And adding this extension will even make it a much larger wall. So the backyard will be facing really a wall instead of enjoying the backyard. I am concerned about the privacy in the front. The parking that they are planning to put it in the front, the way it's designed is really coming next to the big window that I have in the front. So the privacy would be challenged on that basis. The other question that I have and a concern I have is the lighting in the background. I'd like to see the shadow analysis, if it's been done. What will that mean in terms of the not getting enough sun at my property? And that's the overall concern that I have. I'd like to learn more about this plan because as is, it's just quite large. And front and back, both of them will be causing more privacy issues for me.
Okay, panel members, questions of the resident, if any? Look to my colleagues. All right. I don't see questions, so you're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have other residents online somewhere?
John Cape, can you hear me?
What's your name?
It's John Cape, C-A-P-E, like Cape Cod.
Okay, and what's your address?
40 Deloraine Avenue. I'm the neighbor directly to the south, so our fence abuts the rear of the property.
Before you keep talking, I just want you to, I noticed on my list, it looks like you and your wife are both listed. You get a total of 5 minutes per family. So I don't know if your wife is going to speak, but that's the rule. So I'm going to give you
No,
your 5
sir,
minutes
that's
now.
fine.
Okay. So why
That's-
don't you
that's
go
perfect.
ahead
I
and
will-
make your comments, please? You got up to 5 minutes to state them.
Thank you. We look forward to welcoming this new neighbor to the neighborhood. We've lived here for 23 years. And as I mentioned, we're the neighbor on just immediately to the rear of the applicant, to the south side, so across the fence. Just a couple of comments for you to consider, please, and in listening to the architect's proposal. When he mentions enclosed porch, there is no existing porch now at the front of the house. There's just a concrete pad that's not 6 feet by 6 feet in front of the front doorway. So I find it a bit misleading to say that they're enclosing the porch. 2 houses to the east of this property, the applicant property, there is a porch and there's a roof over that porch. That's more an existing porch, but this house does not have that. And so the addition to the front, the 1-story addition, is actually quite a significant change to the existing sort of block. So just that's one point for you to consider. I think that when you look at the drawings, the renderings the architect has put up, and I just saw them today, the steps of the new addition to the front, I would suggest to the committee or to the panel that you ask the applicant to incorporate the steps of that front porch into the enclosed porch. That would be sort of more appropriate. That would allow the respective member who just talked about the lack of soft landscaping in the front to be increased, in fact, and would probably prohibit, or that would give more space in the front yard for the new parking pad. So that's one suggestion for you, please. With respect to the parking pad in the front, this parking pad would be parallel to the street, not sort of perpendicular to the street. And that is not in keeping at all with the neighborhood. There are no parking pads that are perpendicular to the street on this block or on Old Orchard, as far as I know, and I've walked it many times. So I just ask you to consider that in your deliberation as well. And if I may, that's a very large tree on the front of their property on Deloraine, on Old Orchard. It's a beautiful, substantial tree, and I would be concerned that there's any risk to it. And then my last point, please, is that as the neighbor to the rear of the property, this is a very large garage in the back of the property, the existing property that they're going to take down, and we have no objections to that. It does provide us with a lot of privacy between our two properties. And in speaking with the applicant very kindly and nicely over the last week, she mentioned that they'll be probably putting up a small shed, which we have no objections to. What I did ask of the applicant, the owner, in fact, was that she consider planting a row of bushes, of trees, of cedars, for example, that would sort of replace the privacy that we're afforded from the garage. So 10, 12-foot cedar trees, like I have between my neighbor, 40 Deloraine and 44 Deloraine, or like they do across the street. And I provided her pictures of those cedar trees. I think she said she might put up a new fence, but we already have one and it's solid and secure. The owner of the property said that cedar hedges attract mosquitoes and they don't like mosquitoes. And so I wasn't given much confidence that there's going to be any new privacy between the two properties. And I understand that's completely their prerogative and privilege, but I just thought with that simple ask, I would probably not object to any of the other variances on this property. But I've been given no assurances on the soft landscaping or the bushes or proposed plantings. And so with that, I'm a little bit concerned about the entire application. The shadow study was just submitted yesterday, and I'm online with the neighbor to the immediate east of the property. And I know that she's very concerned about the shadow based on the size of the application. So those, dear committee, are my comments for you to consider. I thank you very much. And as I mentioned, we look forward to welcoming this family. They're an existing family in the neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Panel members, questions? Seeing none, let us go back to staff. Are there any other residents on the phones? No? Have we heard from all the residents? We have one more at 52.
We have sorry, Mr. Chair.
We got another resident. Well, you spoke, but there is
She
another
spoke.
resident.
We have a resident that registered from 52 Old Orchard Grove, but they did indicate that if they weren't online, then not to worry about it. They're
Okay, so we don't have any other residents. We've heard from the resident. We've got a resident here. We've got residents on the phone. Let's go back to the applicant for rebuttal. Hello, applicant. Hello, applicant. Where is our applicant?
Thank you. I was just muted, so I wasn't able to speak. So thank you very much. I can hear now, and I hope you can hear me.
Yep, go ahead. You got up to 5 minutes now for rebuttal.
Thank you, no problem. I appreciate the commentary from the neighborhood. Obviously we've taken quite a bit of this into consideration. The homeowner has actually done quite a bit of sort of homework and has talked to quite a few of the neighbors throughout the neighborhood. I mean, we have 5 letters of support for this proposal. I do appreciate the comments from the neighbor at the back. I believe that they've spoken, and I believe the owners of 35 have indicated, or at least to me, that installing cedars for privacy is not a problem for them to do. If that needs to be made part of the condition, that's totally fine. As far as the comments from the neighbor from 39 Old Orchard, we do have a shadow study that we actually prepared for this project. From her perspective at 39 Old Orchard, if you don't mind opening up that shadow study, it's a separate document. Was sent, it wouldn't be, oh, there it is. Yep, perfect. Yep, if you can just kind of scroll through there, go to the site plan and we can quickly see the north orientation. In this case, yeah, so you can see sort of like the rear elevations at certain times of the day, middle of the year, June 21st, 9 a.m., 12 a.m., 12 p.m. And yeah, so now as we start to scroll through here, as far as these properties are concerned, this is 9 a.m. sort of in the springtime. Of course, there's going to be some shadows cast into the back of 39, but as the day progresses, you can just keep scrolling through. You can see that these are lengthy shadows because it is springtime. The sun is fairly low. But by the time we get to noon, there'll be full sun in all of the rear properties because we are sort of almost due north with these properties. So it's only later in the day that 31 is affected by the shadow of the extension. And obviously by 6 p.m. the sun is kind of going down. So middle of the summer, same thing. Obviously the sun is quite a bit higher. So if you can scroll through, middle of the day, similar situation, much shallower, shorter shadows, and the backyards will be full with daylight, as you can see here, for most of the day, right? So including 39 and 31, and that was sort of what we wanted to show the neighbors to alleviate their concerns. So this is at 6 p.m. and that shadow would be there in the back of 31 regardless. And then as we move into the fall, again, we go back to similar sort of patterns with longer shadows in the morning, and then again back to full sun most of the day until we get into the late afternoon and evening. Okay, so that's one thing I wanted to show. So I'm really happy that question was asked. From a privacy perspective, I understand that there's a bit of a scenario here with that parking at the front of the property. But once again, we're trying to alleviate a problem more than anything with that parking stall that's sort of sideways. It's not really possible to go perpendicular to the street. I understand parallel is not what's on the rest of the street, but this just seems to be the most sort of efficient way of having it. Putting the stairs inside the front porch, if you can go back to the drawings, please. Putting the stairs inside the front porch. The porch itself is only 5 feet deep, and the comment is accurate. This isn't an enclosure of an existing, this is a new. There is a front porch, much smaller, but we are expanding and enclosing it. It is 5 feet deep. For me to put the stairs inside, with the location of that front door, it would be rather difficult on the inside. It would kind of ruin the layout of this clean rectangular porch that we have going at the moment. Other comments, I believe I talked about the cedars and so on, and I would suggest that this family is going to be a great addition to this property. They're trying to do the best that they can. On the comment regarding privacy from 39 Old Orchard, regarding with this two-story addition, that facade facing 39 does not have any windows. So from a privacy perspective, there'll be no overlook onto the backyard of 39. And part of the reason why we did that is because of the privacy issues. We did stay within the setbacks, like I mentioned, but we are triggering these other variances based on the lot size versus the house size. I think I covered everything.
We've got a question for you from Ms. Casson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would it not be possible to make the driveway the parking space more diagonal from the street, i.e. perpendicular to the street, than having the deep hammerhead portion of it, so that the cars would have to be horizontal?
Yeah, if you can please go to the site plan. Zoom in on the front if you don't mind. So as you can tell, that is a massive tree. We're expecting the root ball to be rather large, and we're trying to get out of that root ball as much as possible. The property line, is quite far from the street itself. For me to propose any type of parking beyond the property line would not work, and I just don't have the distance to provide, a legal parking space at the front of this. So this was sort of the best solution in this scenario. So that's really the biggest reason why we proposed this bit of a hammerhead.
But what is the depth from the property line to the stairs? Is that not sufficient for the depth of a parking spot?
No, not for a proper. It is not, right? So I think the dimension there is 4.99 meters, right? For a proper parking space, within the property line itself, I believe City of Toronto bylaws call for a little bit longer than that. And again, I think in this case there is, door openings and so on. So this seemed to be the best solution because it gives the owner the ability to park that one vehicle that they have in that parking space.
But the 4.99, oh, I see. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Panel members, other questions? Yes, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to the property owner for number 39, her concern with the parking space creating a privacy issue for her, I notice on the site plan that there is a hedge along the common property boundary. How high is that hedge, and is there any plans to enlarge it or alter it in any way?
I'm not really sure if I've ever been asked that question before. I believe, I don't remember it being, sort of oversized, but we can certainly sort of take that into consideration and letting it grow, if you will.
I'm wondering if what you might do, the hatched area on the front lawn or the front yard is soft landscaping. The space between the end of the parking space and the property line could in fact accept shrubbery of some sort And if you got columnar shrubbery, it would create a privacy barrier for the lady in number 39.
Okay. Well, let's go.
No problem. As I said before.
Yeah, I think I'm just looking at the photos of the existing, they seem to be, the existing shrubbery only seem to be about 2 to 3 feet high, so I'm sure an agreement could be made where the shrubs could be, let's say 4 to 5 feet, or 6 feet, anything to sort of protect the privacy of the person at 39.
Have you a suggestion as to how we might word that as a condition?
I would just suggest that the existing shrubs between the properties between 31 and 39 are to be maintained at a 5-foot height. I believe that would be reasonable and it wouldn't cause any sort of other issues for the neighborhood, safety, security, and things like that. But it would provide the privacy for the person at 39.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions, members? None, let's go into committee. We are in committee. All right, do we have discussion on this? Nobody Mr. Nipfel.
If my colleagues don't have any comments, I'd like to bring forward a motion of approval. I would suggest that the approval be subject to forestry condition number 1, and in addition that the existing shrubs located along the, I'm not sure what, the property line with number 39, that they be maintained at a 5-foot height, that additional planting be provided as a privacy screen between this property or along the rear property boundary of this property, and that all paving in the front yard be permeable paving. I think with those changes, Mr. Chairman, the proposal is quite consistent with neighborhood norms and context. I think it clearly responds to the 4 tests and should be approved.
Mr. Chair, through you, I'm hesitant to have any sort of condition related to landscaping. There's no way to confirm that that condition is met at the building permit stage or maintained.
So what conditions did you have in respect of lands?
Well, the one that was negotiated with the owner.
Things that are constituted through a private agreement shouldn't be enforced by the panel.
Sorry?
Items that are enforced, like private
too.
agreements, should not be enforced by the panel.
I'm concerned because when we give specificities like a 5-foot
Who's
height
talking now?
of the
Who's
shrubs.
talking?
Oh, it's me. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Sorry,
it's Nadini.
I can't always see when you're online. All right, thanks.
No, I was also going to say that I found that difficult to sort of maintain, because then it might set a precedent that in the future, when we're not there, they have to maintain at this 5-foot level, etc. So those types of specificities are generally really hard to maintain and usually should be private agreements, I think. I don't know how others feel, but.
So does your comment then also apply to the screening that was negotiated with the owner behind? So we can't put that in as.
I generally think that when they make private agreements, you can note it because we are public and it is a public forum, but I don't think that that should constitute, at least from my perspective, part of like a motion, because those are difficult to maintain. And I think it goes into sort of civil areas that we probably want to stay away from. That's between them. And it could be worth mentioning that I understand you have your private agreement, but here's the motion and you carry on with your private agreement.
Okay,
I don't know if that's just how I feel. I'm nervous about things like that. So I wouldn't necessarily second
Mr. Chairman,
that.
in response to the comments, I withdraw the motion. I won't be supporting the application.
Okay. Okay, so we've got a, why don't we go over to you, Ms. Sankar? Do you have, you made some good comments. Do you have any motion that you'd like to make along with those? I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I want to move forward, so maybe you're the one to do it.
Yeah, so sure. I mean, again, it's just and I don't know how everyone else feels about this, but I think that those types of private agreements can be done, and it could be done separately. And in terms of that type of, the landscaping concerns, I guess I just don't share the same thing. And I think that maybe others may disagree with me, but you know what? I'll put forward a motion to approve this application. I'll make it subject to condition 1 of forestry. And I think that's my motion.
All right, Ms. Casson.
Just a comment, would Ms. Sankar agree to a condition of permeable paving for the front yard parking?
Oh, yes, sorry.
That's okay.
And to add the permeable pavers. Yes, I was in agreement for that. Thank you, Ms. Casson.
All right, so we've got a motion on the floor. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Sorry, just to clarify, it was permanent pavers in the parking area?
In the front yard parking.
Ms. Casson has seconded it. We've heard pretty much from everybody except for Mr. Bartolo. Do you want to say anything? You got to unmute yourself if we can hear you. You don't have to say anything.
I was just going to support the motion there, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. So why don't we put it to a vote? So all those in favor of the motion, which, okay, and there's 3. All those opposed, there's 1. I don't have to do anything, which is my specialty. So let's, so it was approved, subject to the conditions of the motion. Thank you, congratulations. And let us move to item number 26. Item number 26 is 1 Brendan Road. This is a proposal to construct a new 3-story single detached dwelling. We have on file arborist reports, forestry reports, 11 letters of objection, 8 letters of support, a staff report that I'll get to in a moment. That we have 12 variances, which I can summarize as platform over does not comply with the certain regulation, the side yard setback to the rear deck and to the rear balcony, and there's 12 in total. I'll summarize quickly what the staff said. They want to modify variance number 6. They want to modify variance number 7. They want to eliminate variance number 8, modify variance number 9, and the list goes on. Modify variance number 10. We're going to hear from the applicant's agent who's here, and we have at least 3 area residents. So why don't we go to the applicant's agent who's at the podium, state your name, state your address, and then
Sure.
I'll ask you a question, then we'll get going.
Lauren Rose, 388 Spadina Road.
Okay, so there's a number of requests from planning staff. You may have some changes. I don't know if you do.
We do.
Do you? Please.
I will
let's go
take you through
those.
the changes. So variance 1, we no longer need. We're withdrawing that variance. Variance, I'll take the ones we're getting it. We do not need variance 8 or 11 or 12. So we're removing 4 variances.
Okay. So we've got that down. Everybody understands. Removing variance number 1, 8, 11, and 12. People understand that? Do they have any questions before he gets going?
No, I have some more changes.
You have more changes?
Yeah, so through discussions with neighbors and planning, variance 2, 3, and 4, instead of reading the side yard setback is 0.61, it will now be 0.76 for all 3 of those. They've set back the flanking side another.
So everybody got that? Variance 2, 3, 4, now 0.76 for all three.
0.61.
Point 0.61?
0.76 is
0.76
changed from a 0.61,
from 0.61, okay.
15 centimeters added.
Okay.
Then variance 5, front yard setback, instead of being 4.66 meters, will be 5.17 meters.
5.17 on variance 5. Okay.
And staff have the latest site plan that it shows all this dated September 10th. Variance 6, instead of reading the proposed building length is 20.48, it will be 19.84.
Okay. People
Variance,
got that?
yeah.
Variance 6, 19.84.
Variance 7, instead of 10.24, it'll be 9.29.
Variance 7, 9.29. Okay.
Variance 9, instead of 41.15% of the lot area, it'll be 39.95.
39.95. Okay.
Variance 10, instead of a floor space index of 0.84, it will be 0.752 on 3 floors and 0.672 on 2 floors, if you want to hold us to that. Yeah. But the variance would be 0.752. And
Okay.
those are the changes.
That's it. We're done.
Okay.
Okay, so before I give the applicant's agent his 5 minutes, I just want to make sure, because this could take us some time if we have to go through them all. Panel, you're welcome to come back and ask him questions about these, but given the number, if somebody wants to ask a question about these now, before he gets to speak, I'm willing to entertain your questions before he speaks. Is there anybody that needs to? Yes. Well, no, I think Mr. Bartolo has a question, and it might just refine the process a little bit, because there's a lot of changes. So, Mr. Bartolo.
Yeah, this is, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is really just a clarification for saving time and ease of understanding. It looks like, Mr. Applicant, that your modifications are in line with the recommendations section of the staff report, with the exception of variance number 10. Is that correct?
No, it's in line. Oh, yeah. So they recommend a reduction to 0.7. I have data to show and explanation for that, but that is correct. The only other change, should you approve this, according to the report, we increased the front yard setback. He didn't ask for it, but we did it to save a tree. So you wouldn't want to do it as per the site plan in his report. You'd want to do it as to the site plan that was in front of you a few minutes ago, of September 10th submission.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That helps. No, I can't always see Ms. Sankar, just the way things are set up, but I'm going to assume you don't have any questions. Otherwise, just pipe up. Let's go to the applicant agent.
Nope, Mr. Nipple has a...
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yes. Is there, have you had discussions with any of the people that are concerned with this application?
Yes, we have.
About these changes?
Yes.
Are they familiar with all the changes?
Yes, they should be, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, so just to clarify, there are 9 letters of opposition from 5...
But
sorry?
just so, I want the clock to start ticking, right?
No problem.
We gave you
Whenever.
the first bit, so you explained all the changes. That's helpful. Now we're going to give you your 5 minutes, right? You're ready to start?
I'm ready to start.
Okay, so let's start the clock. You got 5 minutes. Thank you.
So to clarify, there are 9 letters of opposition from 5 households. Some households put in 2 letters, husband and wife, and 1 from the ratepayers. We have 14 letters of support and 2 verbals, including 1 from the house across the street at number 2. We will comply with all conditions of forestry. There was a request for deferral, but there's no need to defer. We understand you're probably going to hear a lot about trees. We will ensure that the trees survive, and we'll get approval from urban forestry no matter what. So we've made the changes. I will take you through the variances. So the first 3 variances, now 2, 3, and 4, they're all for the same side yard setback, and that's on the flanking side. This is a corner lot, so there's no neighbor on the other side of the street, if staff can put up the site plan. So it's at 0.76. There's no impact on anyone. There's impact on trees, but we will ensure the trees. We don't do anything without the approval of urban forestry. Minimum front yard setback, we increased to 5.17. If you can see on the site plan, the majority of the house is set way back from the required front yard setback. It's a pinch point at the south tip. We have 8.8 meters to the north side front yard setback. It's because the lot is trapezoidal. So we set it back to help ensure the survival of the large tree in front. Permitted height of 9.29. We think this is in keeping with other approvals in the area. We can prove that if somebody wants us to show that in question period. We were asked to bring the coverage down in number 8 to below 40. We're 39.95 in keeping with other approvals in the area. Maximum floor space index. So many of the houses in this area are 2 stories, but there are several 3 stories. If staff could put up my exhibit PDF for C of A, you all know that the bylaw has changed, and any house now that has the so-called below-grade garage or on-grade garage with the first story above, those are now considered 3-story houses, and the basements are now included in density. So to be concerned about a little extra density in the roof that no one can tell somebody's living there, whether we're 70% or 70.52, no one can tell from the massing that, no, scroll down, there's some photos. Yeah, so that house is now a 3-story house. Yes, 422 Heat is a 3-story house, and the basement would count in floor area in FSI. It didn't count when they went to committee, and all the rest, staff will scroll through, same situation. So we're asking for a small 3rd floor. The density, staff asked us to be at 0.7% or 0.7 FSI. We're at 0.672 on the 2 floors, and then we have a roof, whether we live in it or not. My point is it doesn't really matter. But every one of those houses that I had up on the screen would now include their basements as floor area, and their densities would probably be up over 100%. I don't know that, but they're all approved before the bylaw. That is my submissions. I can show you my statistics of other approvals in the area, but only if you need to ask for it, since you don't work on precedent. Do you have any questions? And I can answer any questions after neighbors speak.
Panel members, questions of the applicant's agent? All right. Okay, you'll get a chance to be back after the submissions from the resident. Residents, who is next? We have somebody in person, right? Is there somebody in person here? Oh, go ahead. Come to the podium. So
Hi.
We've got 2 people in person, right? So state your name.
Morris Sather. I live at 407 Heath Street East.
Thank you.
Which is directly across the street from the dead end of 1 Brendan.
Okay, so you got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, we met with Lorne Rose last week, and we're very kind of happy about his acceptance of our concerns. Our major concerns about the setbacks which you're all dealing with, which are legal issues, are the protection of the mature trees on the south side of the property. These trees are the entrance to the ravine. It's at the dead end of the ravine, in fact, which our house is at, and are incredibly impactful on the whole area. It's a tremendous part of living in Bennington and living in Moore Park is the ravine. And so the issue of protecting the mature trees and the slope on which they go into the road, which is the entrance to the ravine, is of critical importance. Urban Forestry assured us that they will protect those trees no matter what. And I hear Mr. Rose today repeat that assurance, which I totally appreciate. And I think from the standpoint of the neighbors, the standpoint of the slope stability, and you have to see these trees to be in awe of them, and it would break everyone's heart to see them not survive. So this gets beyond the structural issues, it gets into the emotional issues, which again is part of the joy of living in urban Toronto with the ravine. And Urban Forestry has been exceptionally conscientious, which we appreciate. And as far as, I'm quoting Mr. Rose here, they will make sure all the trees survive and comply completely with Urban Forestry's demands. As far as I'm concerned, and I think many of my neighbors, that will be a very satisfactory result.
Okay. Do you have anything else? We have a question.
I just have a question and clarification. Are the trees you're talking about, are they on private property, on the subject property, or are they on public property?
They actually, I think, are both.
Okay.
The oak tree at the west front of the property, I believe, is on half and half city and private, and the roots, of course, will be underneath the private as well as the. And so when you're building, roots are a big issue. And so the tree's survival depends on the roots. So its actual location, if it's a foot in on city or a foot in on the property, the roots are on both. And it is a major achievement to protect those roots and build the house, and we appreciate that happening. But it's in the area, it is always an issue of private and city property being in compliance.
Right. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
So no further we got a
question?
Yeah, there's no further questions. Thank you. So you can take your seat and let's hear from the next resident, please.
Is there someone else on the phone?
There's somebody else,
Okay.
but you get to come up first.
Okay,
We hear
great.
you because you're here. So state your name.
My name is Malini Dufton. I live at 12 Noel Avenue.
Okay, so you're gonna have 5 minutes.
I am a longtime resident of Bennington Heights, having lived in 2 homes over the course of 27 years. I'm a director of Save Our Bennington, the Residents Association, looking at ensuring that the character of Bennington remains. We welcome new families and renovations as they continue to enhance our neighborhood. We are very appreciative of the fact that the architect has acknowledged the issues around the trees. It would be, so the one thing that I will add is that the revised arborist report only suggests that they will try to save the trees. So I think there is some, we'd like a little bit more assurance around that. Now, regarding there are several letters of objection there, and those are all coming from neighbors that are in close proximity to this home, and they cite various issues. The letters with respect of support, I want to explain to the committee how these letters came to be. The owner in the last day or so introduced himself and went around to various neighbors in the neighborhood, explaining that they were a new resident in the neighborhood, showing a frontal elevation of the proposed build. The owner did not disclose that there was going to be so many variances, nor did they disclose that there were any issues related to the trees. So the people who have signed the letters of support are not really anywhere near impacted to this particular site. The architect has, the very large issue here is the height. The architect has pointed out several homes that have, that he says have similar height issues. In actual fact, they're all unique circumstances that are resulting due to elevation and layout issues of those homes. So the 3 of the homes that he showed pictures of, they're all in line with all of the other homes on the street. It's because the elevation of those homes is on a slope. And in some of the other cases where Save Our Bennington has allowed for additional height variances, it's because the height variances were minimal and not supported with a collection of additional variances. The proposed height not only exceeds neighborhood standards, but the extra height will be used to construct a 3-story home. 3-story homes are not heard of in Bennington Heights. Bennington Heights is a collection of about 300 homes that are both 2-story as well as bungalows. The architect told you not to count the FSI of the 3rd floor, but respectfully, we point out that city planning did not refer to only the first 2 floors, and the FSI is all above grade, including the 3rd floor. So we're not sure that the FSI has been met here. So the number of variances are not minor in nature. The most significant of these variances is excessive height, which is much higher than most of the houses on Brendan. And it enables the applicant to add a full 3rd story. We feel that the house is too long and too close to the southern slope, but as I said, he's been making some adjustments, which were all done very recently. The bylaws are in place to protect the best and unique qualities of established central Toronto neighborhoods. They're designed to strengthen community character, and application should help reinforce and stabilize these neighborhoods. This proposal attempts to obtrusively shoehorn itself into the streetscape in a very unbalanced way. It will aggressively squeeze in, impacting not just the neighbors of Brendan, but all those who walk through the ravines. We ask that the proposal get deferred so that plans can be taken into consideration or refused. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, question to the resident at all? I see none. Thank you. We've got somebody on the phone. Can we hear from them? We've only got one person left. Is that right? On the phone?
Can you hear me?
Yes. What's your name?
I am Tony Petrucci, owner and resident of 3 Brendan Road, the neighboring property to the north.
Okay. And what's your, go ahead. You'll have up to 5 minutes. Now, before you start, try to make different points than your neighbors, because that's in your interest, if possible. Okay?
Thank you. Well, I'll just briefly, I've lived here for over 10 years with my wife and children. We've been very lucky to live in Bennington Heights, and specifically on Brendan Road. And I say that because Brendan Road is, in my opinion, a more modest, understated, and lush street in the neighborhood. It's got a cul-de-sac that lines the ravine. It's very safe and quiet. It's a little bit different. So the comparables that you probably saw are not, in my opinion, very comparable to Brendan Road specifically. I have no intention of objecting for anything minor, but I do have a number of serious concerns that the house will negatively impact the neighborhood and my home. I feel terrible to object to anybody's home built, but these are issues that simply have not been adequately addressed or clarified. There is much confusion and uncertainty, and many neighbors share my position. I understand the application at 1 Brendan Road asks for a large number of variances, and some are significant. For example, the significant increase in size and height, potential loss of trees. There's a potential pool which may impact my property with runoff water and stability because the slope of my yard slopes down from the property line, so I'm concerned about the slope. I'm unaware of if any shadow study was performed, if they moved the house backwards. Currently, there's no two-story home beside me, so I'm worried that the limited sunlight that we have will be impacted by that, especially with such a large increase and the proposed height and the potential to move the house back further. The large upper patio deck that I don't believe anybody in the neighborhood has may impact my privacy. It's a bit unsettling. Frankly, I'm concerned it's a bit too much home for the lot. I understand that there may have been some changes to the proposal, but we have not had a reasonable amount of time to understand and process it. I believe a city staff report was referred to from September 10th, and that was just 2 days ago. We reached out to the architect, and about 15 of us met with the architect this Monday, and a lot of uncertainty still remains. Communication has been relatively poor. I mean, and one of note, when we were discussing the trees at the meeting, the architect had told me that he had not seen the arborist report, I believe, which was very unsettling, which makes me question whether all matters have been addressed and the trees are safe. It seems that this process has been rushed, and we need time to address this matter in a clear and responsible way. There's just too much at stake. My fear is that instead of the home fitting the beautiful neighborhood, the impact will be that the neighborhood will have to fit the home, and it possibly in a negative way. And I'm very concerned, especially my wife, for the trees. Many neighbors and I are simply unclear of the application and the impact due to the way it was handled. Many new documents and changes have been uploaded just in the last couple of days. It's unreasonable to think that we've had time to process them. We need time to understand this final application before we can responsibly consent or object to that. It's unreasonable. I'm also aware that 2 or 3 of the bordering properties, 2 Brendan, 4 Lumley, and 2 Lumley well, possibly 2 Lumley, are unaware of the changes because they're traveling. And these are direct, close proximity homes to the subject property, and I think it's in their, to respect them, I think they should have an input. And to say that because there's been significant changes made since. You stated at the beginning of the hearing that the committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that those entitled to notice an application are informed of the changes. I think we are more than satisfying that condition to defer the application, and it's been echoed by Urban Forestry. We need to pause. It would be unreasonable, irresponsible to defer, in my opinion. Thank you.
All right, any panel members? Any panel members want to ask a question of the resident? I don't think so. Oh, yes, we do. Hang on.
Can I get a
We've got
clarification?
Question of the resident.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I get a clarification of the last gentleman's last line? You said that you thought that deferral would be irresponsible. Did you mean
I think he
approve?
misspoke.
Well, I just want to clarify that he.
Yes, yes, it would be irresponsible. It would be irresponsible not to defer, is what I should have said.
Okay, so
Thank you.
let's bring back the applicant's agent. And you've got up to 5 minutes, but only to address comments.
If staff can put up those photos that you had of the houses, and there's another thing. So you heard a lot about trees. I do want to say to Mr. Saffer, I did not say that no trees would come down, because there's some small trees. We will do everything that Urban Forestry wants. We'll comply with their conditions. Madam at 12 Noel, everything she talked about was hearsay. There was not any fact about anything she said. If you put up the photos, there's a 3-story house right on Brennan, and she said there's no 3-story houses. There's no bylaw against 3-story houses in East York. So I don't know why this is an issue. Every one of the photos that I showed you earlier is considered a 3-story house now. They were 2-story when they went to committee of adjustment. So 3-story house, next one, 3-story house. 3-story house, 3-story house, 3-story house, 3-story house. And this is right on the street. How could you say that there's no 3-story houses on the street? You said there were none. It's irrelevant. Her comments about the height, if you can put up the other visual I asked, it's called Bennington roof heights. The big issue seems to be height. Planning staff vetted all the variances in the area, which we have a stat sheet of. There are some at, the closest one at 9.29 is the one we matched. We have 12.01 and 10.34. This house is 9.2 meters. It does not look tall to me. Next picture, please. This house is 10.34 meters. Our house, this is not on a hill, or if it's on a hill, our house is on a flat surface. The hill only exaggerates the problem that height's an issue. Planning has vetted this with our stats. If you can now pull up my my package with the plans, you'll see all the precedent in the area. If you want to see it, you don't work on precedent, but planning staff does if you scroll through. I'm not trying to ram anything down anybody's. No, but you can see the first column is height. If you scroll down, there's 9.2, 9.0, 9.29 on Heath. Keep going. You've got 12.01 on Hudson, 9.04, 10.39, and 10.34. The planning vetted all this. They have no problems with it. The density issue, we're asking for 0.752. It's hidden in the roof. As our friend said, most of the houses are 2-story houses, and there are densities of 7 or more. We're asking for 0.672 on 2 floors with a little bit. It's a very small 3rd floor. No one can tell from the street. There's no impact on planning mass, length, width for the density. I can answer any other questions you have.
Okay, anybody have some questions for the applicant's agent?
I do have a question, Mr. Chair. I would agree with you that there's no ban on the 3-story house in the area. However, when you ask for a height increase, then you start, questioning, is it appropriate or not? What are the ceiling heights of the main floor and the 2nd floor?
I believe it's the ceiling 9.6 and 8. I don't have the full set here with me. We had to lower them. We had to lower. They were higher.
To get to the 9, because I'm looking, I think, at the original plans, and it looks like
there were 10-foot ceilings originally. We had to lower them. We understand that, and the client wasn't happy, but it's not by accident that we came to 9.29 because the house 2 houses behind us has that, and we spoke to planning about it, and we had our precedent. With them, I can speak about precedent all we want. Mm-hmm. They determined that was reasonable. And that house, that 9.29, the one that she was referring to on Heath, is way up on a hill. So it's towering above the street. This is a pretty flat street.
It's flat.
And it goes down. So the neighbor who spoke at number 3, he's a little bit higher. So the property falls off a little bit.
That's the way it looks like on just the street view. But so it sort of falls off into the ravine a bit.
Yeah, the ravine comes after the edge, but yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to have some questions, but anybody else? All right, so this is right at the end of the street, is it?
Yes, there's a cul-de-sac, and then Heath Street was supposed to continue, I guess, but it stops. And there's a walkway that everyone enjoys, walks through the ravine.
So the urban forestry, urban forestry said they wanted a deferral, but if not, then they asked for these conditions. You're okay with the conditions, right? Are you?
We're happy to be subject to urban forestry's approval, which is very common. We know David Bostock well. We will work, and we've done this many times. One of the things that we will do, if we can't have a basement in the area to protect tree roots, we've done this many times.
Right, okay.
So the trees will survive.
so they asked for deferral. They said, but if you approve it, then they want the conditions. You're okay with those conditions?
Absolutely okay.
Okay.
Oh, I'm always okay with that.
The resident, who asked for deferral said, well, we just received all these changes. Right now, you've said, at the beginning of the hearing that you want, if you have a significant changes, then you want might have a deferral. How do you address that?
So not really true. We reached out to the counselor's office to get confirmation of who we should speak to at Ratepayers Association 3 weeks ago. They got the drawings and the revisions that planning asked for weeks ago. They delayed meeting with us, offering. My client was in Korea when we met. We met on Monday. We could have met anytime. They had the revisions. I've always sent them the drawings. I expected them to disperse it. They all had the drawings because when we went to the meeting, they knew about every change and wrote about them. So to say that they didn't know about these changes, they were all done last week and in at the city, except for the front yard setback, which we did to help encourage the savior of the big red oak in front.
Okay.
So there's some mistruths here, and we reached out to the next door neighbor at number 3 many times. He chose not to respond.
That's fine. Anybody on the panel, questions? No? Okay. Thank you. We're ready to go into committee. Committee, here we are. Comments, questions? Well, we don't have any questions. No time for questions, just comments or motions. Okay. I see Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm extremely uncomfortable with this number of changes being introduced at the meeting. Despite the applicant's statements to the contrary, it appears that some of the residents are unfamiliar with the proposal, the changes to the proposal, and want further time to discuss and to negotiate, which I think is quite reasonable. I do not think it is at all reasonable to submit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 or more changes at a meeting, and I think a deferral is a reasonable approach to this application.
Ms. Casson, you want to say something? I can give you a moment. Let's go to Mr. Bartolo. No, I don't know. I'm sure he's got something to say, but I don't know what it would be. And you can take your, you know what? Let's just pause for a second. I'll let you catch your thoughts and then you can express them.
I was just going to say that I don't think it's fair to say that they're just presented at the meeting when we have a planning staff report from September 5th proposing most of these changes. There have been some additional changes, but I think those have been in response to discussions with the neighbors. So I don't think a deferral would be a bad thing, maybe, to have further discussion, but I don't think it's fair to say that these were all just dropped on us at the meeting, my position.
Over to you, Mr. Bartolo. You can take your time. I don't want to press you. I couldn't press you anyway, but I'm sure you've got some things to say.
I'm inclined to agree with Ms. Casson's. 4 of the items are deleted, which significantly takes down a number of the variances. A lot of the other ones I don't really take exception with, and I know a lot of this revolves around the building height and the trees. But I think regardless of further conversation, the property is going to be redeveloped, and I don't think there's going to be substantial changes that are going to be forthcoming, which are all that different than what the applicant has already made and submitted to the city. And they're going to have to comply with the regulations of urban forestry regardless of what we do. And I think urban forestry is going to, as they typically do, address all of these and grant permits or not based on their analysis, regardless of the decision here anyways. So I'm comfortable to proceed with it.
All right. So I've heard 3 people. Why don't one of you, maybe Mr. Bartolo, you want to make a motion on it? Do you want to?
I can, Mr. Chair.
I don't want to, I don't want
so
to
I
twist your
will
arm,
do it.
but it seemed like you had you have a definitive
There's no issues.
thing in mind.
I just want to make sure that I've got quite a few notes here on it because there's.
Oh, you know what? Why don't you pause for a moment? I'll go back to, you just spoke. I'll go back to Ms. Cass, and I think she wants you to continue. So go to your notes as you're speaking. We'll take your time and get it right. Ms. Gasson will help you because I think the two of you probably have a certain way of viewing it that's in common. So go ahead.
Problem there, Mr. Chair. So, like I said, in reviewing the application, I do think it's consistent with other houses in the neighborhood. I think the applicants effectively demonstrated that. The issue of the trees, which I'm sympathetic towards, I think urban forestry typically does a good job with this and will police it appropriately. So therefore, I will put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the following revisions. That variances number 1, 8, 11, and 12 be deleted. Variance number 2, 3, and 4 be amended to 0.76 meters. Variance number 5 be amended to 5.17 meters. Variance number 6 be amended to 19.84 meters. Variance number 7 be amended to 9.29 meters. Variance number 9 be amended to 39.95. And variance number 10 amended to 0.752.
All right. Now, I'm presuming you want it to
And I will
be-
make it subject to the conditions of the urban forestry memo attached as
Right.
well.
Is there a site plan here? You want to tie it to site plan?
Yes. We have the conditions from the staff report that say that the minimum front yard setback be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing. It was attached to the report, but we're referring to the September 10th version of the site plan. And that the maximum building length be developed substantially in accordance with the same site plan, I would say, for September 10th.
Okay, so just back to Mr. Bartolo, I just want to make clear because he's the one making the motion. So you made the motion with all the changes that I think has been clearly articulated. You made it subject to the forestry. Pardon me?
I have no issues accepting Ms. Gasson's friendly amendments on those two items to the
Okay.
motion.
Okay, so is that clear to staff? What are those two? Okay, it is clear to staff. All right, so we got a motion. I think we've really heard from everybody, so we don't really need to debate it. The motion, all those in favor?
You need a seconder.
Seconder. You didn't second it. Was that a amendment? Okay, so we got a motion, a seconder, and all those in favor. It's the mover and the seconder. Is that your hand up, Mr. Bartolo? And those opposed. So it's 2 in favor, 1 opposed, and I don't have to vote because I don't have to vote. So that's it. It's approved. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you to our residents for their helpful submissions and the applicant. And now it's 5:24, so we're going to take a break. I think we need at least 15 minutes. Let's take a 15-minute break. We're going to come back at 5:40. Doesn't matter. Okay, everybody, welcome back. We're in our afternoon session. We just finished item number 26. We're on to item number 27. Is everybody ready? Number 27, 7 Orchard Garden. Green? Oh, 7 Orchard Green. To construct a new detached dwelling, 8 variances. There's an arborist report. There's 3 letters of support. Okay, I don't want to hear from anybody in the audience, please. You'll have your chance to talk. I've got 3 letters of support according to the report on the city's website. And there are 8 variances, and those include proposed front yard setback, proposed height of the building, and proposed lot coverage. Let's hear from the applicant, please. Applicant?
Good evening, Mr. Chair and committee members. This is Marin Zabzuni at 1140 the Queensway.
So what's your name?
Marin Zabzuni at 1140 the Queensway.
Is there anybody in opposition to this one? But we've got, okay. All right, so are there any changes that you're making to this application?
No, Mr. Chair.
All righty. Let me look at our panel members. Panel members, do you need to hear from him? We don't really need to hear from you. It's up to you. We'll give you 5 minutes if you need it, but you could probably make better use of that time. Do you really need to make an presentation to us? Otherwise, we'll do our business. Hello?
No, sir. It's pretty straightforward application, so I'll let the committee decide if they have any questions.
All righty, committee. We may have a question for you. Just bear with us.
Just a question of clarification. The front yard setback, can you just explain the nature of that, why that's required, the reduction?
Absolutely. So the front yard setback, the placement of the proposal for 7 Orchard Green is aligned with the neighbor to the left, 9 Orchard Green, at 5.14 meters. That's the reason for maintaining a uniform streetscapes in terms of the placement of the dwellings on the property. The neighbor to the right of 7 Orchard Green, which is 5 Orchard Green, though the property frontage is along the Orchard Green, the dwelling is designed so that the front faces the adjacent road, Evergreen Gardens, and the exterior side faces Orchard Green, and is set back 10.88 meters. Due to the required minimum front yard setback being calculated as the average of the neighboring buildings' front yard setbacks, this causes the required front yard setback for 7 Orchard Green to be 8.01 meters. It is our opinion that this variance is minor in nature and it is keeping with similar approvals in the neighborhood, consistent with existing and evolving surrounding built form.
Right.
City planning has no
just hang on
concerns
a
with our
second. Just hang on a second. Marianne, did you ask him a question or what are we doing here? Is he answering that or? Okay, keep going. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes,
Keep
so
going.
I answered, no problem. I answered the rationale behind the front yard setback. City planning has no concerns with this application. The homeowners have spoken to a vast majority of the neighbors, and we have a lot of letters of support submitted, as you can see, and we're happy to answer any other questions you may have.
All right. Okay. I think we're going to have another question, Mr. Nipfel.
No, I was going to bring a motion, Mr.
Okay, but we're still, we haven't gone into committee because we asked a question. We'll only go into committee once we go back to the applicant. We don't have any further questions for you. I think you're going to get a, well, it's up to you. You can spend more time with us explaining, or you can let us do the job that you came here for us to do. Are we okay with it going to committee?
So I'm happy to let the committee decide if there's any more questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. I quite like this application. I think it's reasonable. I think it supports the neighborhood context. I think the the massing and the character are compatible with surroundings. I think it clearly addresses the 4 tests and meets those 4 tests. I'm particularly impressed with a novel detail on this application, and on that basis, I'd like to move approval, but I'd like to tie the approval to the first floor plan. The reason for that is there's a very large deck at the back, and the applicant has very ingeniously screened the deck with a pull-down screen. It shows on the first floor plan. I think that's a very good solution, and I would like to tie the approval to the plan so that the solution shows.
All right, so we got a motion to approve. What's tied to the site plan?
No, the floor plan.
Tied
I
to
don't
the-
think it's on the site plan.
Tied to the
No,
floor
it's on-
plan.
It's on the floor plan, the main floor plan. Yeah. Here it is here. It's on.
I believe it's A1.
Yes, you're right. No, sorry, it's A3.
Okay. Well, it's on A1 as well.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion to approve, subject to the compliance. Is it how do you want to word it?
Substantially.
The development occurs substantially in accordance with this particular plan.
The Plan A3 or the entire?
Yeah.
I've got A3, but if it's on both, it doesn't matter. You could just pick
Okay.
either one.
Okay, so
Do A3.
substantially in accordance with A3. All right, motion. Seconder to the motion? Ms. Casson is seconding it. And all in favor? And it is approved. Congratulations. Now, we can move to item
you.
number 28. And item number 28 is 55 Dallas Road to widen the existing driveway after existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a basement addition and walkout under the rear deck. There's 3 variances. There is a transportation report and a few other documents. The 3 variances are front stair width, driveway width, building length. And we have an applicant somewhere here.
Hello.
And we're going to have a neighbor somewhere too, in virtual neighbor. So applicant, agent, what's your name?
My name is Hamid Hemmati, address 7250 Kilo Street, Suite 296.
So what's your name again? Because we got, just to be clear, because I've got a name down on my list. I just want to make sure, is that the same person or are you somebody else?
Yeah, no, somebody else. Actually, I am agent, but the applicant is my office administrator. I am the engineer and architect for this.
Okay, so what's your name again, just so that they can get, do you have this? Let's hear your name again so our
Hamid
staff can write it down. Maybe go slow and state your name so they can write it down, please.
For sure. My first name, Hamid. My last name, Hemmati.
I don't think I can hear it, but maybe our staff are better than, the staff have it. Thank you. And are you making any
my voice is
changes to your
clear,
app?
or-
We got your address, we got your name. Are you making changes to your application that we need to know about before you get going?
Sure. Variance number 2, we removed that variance because the traffic department didn't support. We just removed and.
So you removed variance number 2.
Correct.
You removed variance number 2. What about number 1 and number 3? Are they the same?
No,
Hello?
number 3 is the length of the building.
I'm having trouble hearing you. So number 1, is that staying the way it is?
Yes, number 1 it is.
And number 3?
Number 3 it is.
Okay, just number 2 is removed. Perfect. Okay, we understand. So we do have a resident here, right? The neighbor is neighbor of concern, neighbor of opposition. I suppose we have a neighbor, right? Staff? Okay, so you're going to have to make your presentation. You'll have 5 minutes maximum. Unless there's a question. Do we have questions of him yet? Okay. Go ahead, you'll have 5 minutes. Up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm sure. I'm starting with number 3 because this is the most important. We got the permit for this building in 2020, and we have a deck on the back in the rear yard. Now, based on the the needs of the homeowner, they want to make a room under the deck, exactly under the deck, not further. But with that room of the length of our building is 18.60 almost. That is 1.6 meter more than 17 that is allowed. For item number 1, actually the front porch is existing, and we got the permit. I can show you the original permit in 2020 that it was approved in second revision. In the first revision, also in 2021, the porch was approved in our permit. But I don't know. This is for the second revision we applied. Maybe I don't know what was the reason the planner was changed, and maybe zoning bylaw changed. But anyway, our planner raised the porch as a variance, and that's why it is showing here. But if I can share my screen, you can see exactly the existing porch is there in the original permit.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can't share screens.
Right, so you're gonna have to work with the documents you've already submitted to us. Just identify them if you can, please. And then staff will try to pull them up on their screen. But while you're doing that, the clock is ticking, right? So you still got 3 minutes left, so let's do it, please.
Sorry, yeah, that's this is all. This is all my explanation.
That's your explanation? All right. We appreciate that. Thank you. Any questions of the applicant?
Just a question
Yes.
and clarification. So the proposed addition, which is triggering the building length, the variance, is only for the basement level. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. Let's hear from the resident. Resident, hello, resident. Where is the resident? Oh, hi there. We can't hear you very well. What's your name? I'm hearing a lot of noise, but I'm not hearing any resident. Well, I may be hearing resident, but it's incoherent resident. Is there a resident there, please? Coherent resident, please. Coming to us from the space station. One small step for man, one giant leap for a resident to speak to us. Can we get this resident on? What's going on? Otherwise. Okay, well, you know what? We only got so much time for a resident. Like, you know, at some point, we've got to move on with the business, which is hearing people and making decisions. And okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just called the number provided and I got the neighbor's voicemail.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give it another 10 seconds, and then we're going to go into committee.
Hello.
Yes, hi, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Anna Maria Carter. I'm
What's
a
your
neighbor.
address? What's your address?
My address is 57 Dallas Road.
Okay. You want to make some comments on this, or do you just have questions?
My only concern is in regards to the addition of the other room in the basement, and in
Okay.
terms of is this going to be another apartment? That's my concern.
Okay, so you just want to know if it's going to be another apartment, is that it?
Yeah. And like, how many apartments can we have in one single dwelling? That's my concern.
Okay, so is that the entirety of your commentary?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, well, thanks for, we'll ask that to the applicant. Okay, so that concludes that resident.
Okay.
Let's go back to the applicant. Okay, applicant, agent, can you please come back on?
Sure.
Okay.
This is a single family dwelling, and there is nothing like a cooking facility, like a kitchen in the basement. This is a bedroom based on the needs of a homeowner.
Okay. All right. Panel members, question of the, any further question of the applicant agent? Thank you. Let's go into committee. Panel members, anybody want to say anything or make a motion? Ms. Casson?
Based on the fact that they have eliminated variance 2, which takes out transportation services concerns, I don't really have a problem with it, although I would make it conditional on that the building length be tied to the basement level only. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that. And I think there's no forestry, so I could move a motion if everybody's in agreement for that.
So what do you mean by the,
To approve the application as amended, which eliminates variance number 2, but that the maximum building length be tied to, I can tie it to the site plan, attached to the application, and make it conditional that it's only for the basement level. But is basement level okay for you? Yeah. Yes, my concern is that the building length be tied to, be limited to only that level. So that's what I'm. Well, I could tie it to the.
If I may, Ms. Casson,
Sure.
if it's developed substantially in
Okay, so
accordance with the plans, I think it probably will limit it.
Yeah, maybe that would suffice, that it be developed substantially in accordance with the plans that have been submitted to committee. Yep. And the plans only show a basement level. So that was your point, Mr. Bartolo? Yeah. Yeah. Substantially in accordance with all plans.
I don't see a disadvantage as well in just saying that the length is limited to the basement, the length variance is limited to the basement only, and that's just, in terms of looking at the variance in the future, it indicates that you didn't improve, you're not recommending
True.
the entire building be extended. So I do both.
Okay. Can we do both?
all right.
You need
so-
me to restate that? Or are you okay? Substantially in accordance with the plans, all plans, and that the basement, that the building length, the variance for building length be tied to only apply to the basement level.
Yeah.
Okay,
Belts and suspenders.
Staff have that down? So we got the motion by Ms. Casson. I think we've got Mr. Nipfel is seconding it, right? Yep. And let's take it to vote. All in favor? And it is approved. Congratulations. Let's go on to 29. 29 is 163 Banbury. And this has two variances to construct a new detached dwelling. There's an arborist report and a few other documents. The proposed lot coverage and proposed number of stories at 3 are the variances. Now, there is nobody here in opposition. There is an agent somewhere out there in virtual or here. Where is the agent?
We're gonna try to track him down, Mr. Chair. Perhaps we can move on to item number 30.
Oh my gosh. He's here. Are you Albert? No. Okay. You want to be Albert for a moment? He's not here. You could step in for him. Okay, let's go to 30. Number 30 is 78 Burncrest Drive to construct a new dwelling. There's a few variances here. Proposed vehicle access from Burncrest, proposed lot coverage at 42%, proposed wet side yard setback. Got a number of documents, including 4 letters of objection. Where's our agent? Can we hear from the agent on
Hello?
30? All right.
Hi,
State your
can you hear
name,
me?
please.
Yes, this is Parisa. I'm from Mark Architects. I'm the architect and the agent on this application.
Okay, speak a little closer to your mic so we can hear you clearly. It said it's Fariza Kankari, and what's your address?
81 Cameron Avenue.
Thank you. Do you have any changes to this application before we get going?
No.
All right. There are residents coming, right? There are residents who want to speak on this, so you're going to have your 5 minutes starting now.
Okay, sure. Can I have the site plan up? Yes, I'm going to start with the variances in order. The first variance that we are asking is location of the garage. And because of the situation of this lot is located at the corner unit and back to the Wilson, and there is no stop sign at the intersection between Allard and the Burncrest. And with study other neighbors around the corner, we decided to put the garage from the Burncrest Drive, and transportation doesn't have any objection with that. I have some photo in my supporting document to show you that there is very dangerous drive, like here. There is no stop sign here. There is short distance from the Burncrest to the Wilson, and if you wanted to have the garage from the Allard, it would be very dangerous for the people coming out and going in. This is for the first variance. And go back, please, to the second to the site plan. Moving forward with the second and third variance. On the site plan, for the second and third variance, we are asking for 42% lot coverage, and we gave it a lot of thought with my client, because this house is designed for multi-generational house, and based on the new zoning in the city, we would be allowed to have detached dwelling plus garden suite, and garden suite itself is allowed up to 40 square meter on each lot. And 40 square meter is 7.5% of the lot coverage based on this lot area. So we contemplated on the design, and if we wanted to separate the garden suite and put it back to the property as we were allowed, it was very uncomfortable for the people that they are going to live in that Garden Street because it's back into the Wilson neighborhood. It's very close to Highway 401. So we decided to combine the Garden Street and the main house together because, as I said, this is a multi-generational house, and there are a big family there living in this house. And instead of like separating two huge buildings on this lot, we were considering to combine them and consider having a bigger house, not bigger house, using that lot coverage toward the main house and keep the cost down because it's going to be a very affordable house for the multi-generational house, and given the location close to the highway, we want to keep it very affordable. And also for the third variance, which is the side setback toward the west, we are asking for 0.61 instead of 1.4 meter. And if we combine the two setbacks, east and west, we are only asking for 1 foot for each side. But because we wanted to respect our neighbor, we kept the 1.2 setback from the east side and pushed the house toward the street, toward the Allard, which is the corner unit, and we have 4.12 meter distance from the property line to the sidewalk. So that would be more appropriate to push the building back and make more room. Please zoom the site plan. I want to talk on the site plan as well. Would you please zoom it in? Yeah, I showed the existing house layout on the site plan. The existing site, the existing house is closer to the neighbor and is pretty big bungalow with attached garage.
Your time's up. Your time's up.
Okay.
Do we have questions of the applicant? We do. Mr. Nipfel.
Could I just clarify? I hadn't thought of what you said at the beginning. You were talking about, if I heard you correctly, you were talking about doing a garden suite, and because of space limitations, you decided to combine the garden suite in the house. So what you have is a house that has shared spaces in it. They're not intended to be completely separate units. Is that correct?
Well, it's 2 units.
So does each unit have a kitchen and a bedroom and a living? I guess I missed it.
Yes.
So there's 2 separate
Yes,
units.
the basement is a separate unit. With a separate entrance, it's a separate unit. It's a multi-generational house. We are allowed to have up to 4 units in the main house as a single detached unit dwelling, and another garden suite, which is going to be 5th unit on each lot in Toronto. But we are not doing that. We are just using, like, we wanted to have 2 units because of the need of the client, and it's going to be for the client's use, and like we wanted to keep it in a harmony with the other houses as opposed to proposing another dwelling, another building at the back of the house.
Okay, thank you.
And it's very in sync with the house that's getting built across the street. It's very similar to that house at the corner, northwest corner. It's under construction.
Does that satisfy you, Mr.
Sort of. I have concerns with the floor plans that don't make sense, but that's not part of the variance. So,
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Any others with questions? Alrighty. We got a resident anywhere to speak to this? Staff, please. Put a resident forward. Okay, state your name, please. Hello. Hello. Hello, resident. What's your name?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Shapiro from 76 Burncrest has been unmuted.
That's right, but
Hi there. Sorry about that. I'm Kenny Shapiro.
okay. What's your address?
76 Burncrest Drive.
All right, you got up to 5 minutes. Let's hear from you, please.
I'm the next door neighbor that lives beside this house that is being built. I have no concerns with the driveway. I have a little concerns with the amount of space that the house is now taking up. And I'm a little concerned about the misinformation that we are getting in our area about what is being built here. The owner, Sula, or someone came by to me and I asked her if there's a duplex being built. And she told me that it's only going to be a single dwelling house that is being built. Now, from the person that just spoke, I'm under the impression that it's a duplex. It's a double dwelling house, which does not fit within our area whatsoever. They're all single dwelling homes. My house is a single dwelling home, and I'm unclear of what is being built, and I'm unsatisfied with the amount of space that they're building on, which is going to make my property very, very insignificant and small. So those are my concerns. I have no concern with the driveway. I have no concern with the garage and so forth, but my concern is the misinformation we're getting about the dwelling and the amount of space that it is taking up on the property.
Okay, anybody have a question for the resident? No, okay, thank you. Let's go to the next resident, please.
You're welcome.
Where's our next resident? Hello, resident. Come in, resident, earth to resident. No? Do we have a resident there? Oh my gosh. Please, resident, come forward. Is this resident with the other resident that we never heard from before? Are they having a unlocatable residence party? Where are you, resident? Stop muting yourself. Now's the time to speak. Or forever.
Hello?
hold your peace. Okay, hi. What's your name?
Hello?
Yes, I hear you.
My name is Barbara Vender. I live at 74 Burncrest.
Thank you. You got up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Again, as Mr. Shapiro was saying, we've been given a lot of misinformation. I was told it was going to be a triplex and 3 stories high. I know that the Community Association has written a letter, and a few other people, which I agree with whatever they've put into their letters. I do have one other concern. If this building is 3 stories high, not only are they taking out the trees, they're supposedly it has something, there is some kind of a rule about being close to the 401, which basically is right next door to this house. But if it is 3 stories high, it is going to overwhelm the next 3 houses, which are basically bungalows or 1.5 stories. It will be, the privacy issue will be quite high on my concern anyway, because that they will be able to look into our yards, into our, I mean, it's just going to be overwhelming.
All right. Any questions of the resident? Anybody? No. All right. Thank you. Let's go back to the applicant. Where's the applicant?
Yes, answering the neighbors, 76. Yeah, Sula, my client, the owner of the property, went to speak with her neighbors, and she's right because she wants to use the house for herself and her extended family. But me as a professional, I have to use the existing bylaw for my client's need. So these are the new bylaw that put forward by the city, and we can use the terms of those bylaw, obey them and respect them, and build the houses that city is looking for, intensify the lots. And technically, based on the bylaw, it's duplex, but it's still single detached dwelling. And it kind of, if you see at the zoning review, we are not getting any comments from the zoning examiner for the density or the height or a number of the dwelling that we are proposing. That because we are in sync and with the bylaw. And in terms of the three-story that they are talking about, I want you to show. I want to have the elevations on the photo, please, in the drawings. It is two-story, but because we are using the attic and of the because of the based on the new bylaw that we are falling into, the third story is not any variance, and we are not asking for any more height. See, this is perfectly two-story. And the opening that we put for the third story balcony for the safety, it's on the other, not toward any neighbors. So based on this elevation, if you go toward all the elevations, please, all four elevations, this is that elevation was, this elevation is toward the other. And you don't see any opening toward the neighbors. Even we kept the balcony toward the outlet, and we wanted to provide more privacy to our neighbors. And in terms of the 401 and MTO, we got approval from MTO for this house. They don't have any concern about it. In terms of the trees, we got approval from urban forestry. Everything is approved. We were dealing with all these bodies since beginning. And basically the variances that we are asking is two variances. Lot coverage and setback. The setback that we are asking doesn't hurt anybody because we are pushing the house toward the.
Okay, your time's up. Your time's up. Let's just canvass panel members who've got questions. Mr. Nipfel's got a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I asked you previously, I mentioned that you had talked about bringing a garden suite into the building, and you indicated that it was two separate units, and the objectors are concerned that it's a duplex. The plans that you've got before us do not show a duplex. A duplex would presumably be two completely separate units. If I'm correct, you've got 6 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, but you've only got 1 kitchen. And you've only got 1 main entrance, and you've got a side entrance that goes into a living room in the basement. So it's not, in fact, just to clarify, it's not 2 completely separate units. It's, as you said, it's perhaps a multi-generational home where people can share things, but there's basically only 1 kitchen area in this. Am I correct?
No, it's 2 kitchens area. If you go to the basement level.
Okay.
Basement, please. Yeah, the hatch area is completely self-contained unit.
Where's the kitchen?
Toward the side, I wrote kitchen.
It's a well,
Counter kitchen, yeah, it's like counter
okay.
and linear.
It's basically a counter. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right, other questions from panel members? Ms. Casson.
I just have a question, a clarification. What is the rear yard depth from the back of the house to the back?
The rear yard depth is 12.14 meter at this moment. The existing house has 13.19 meter, and we are not asking for any length. We still had like more length to go.
So the existing house is 13 meters, and the new one will be 12.14?
14. Yes.
Thank you. Wow.
Okay, I got a question. Unless you do, Mr. Bartolo, I'll ask mine. No, I don't see Mr. Bartolo ask. Just want to know, like, there is a transportation report here, and it does have some conditions, right? Do you have any are you?
No, because basically this is.
You don't have any problem with those conditions?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. That's it for me.
And by the way, we don't have any comments from the planning department in these regards, like for the variances that we have.
Yeah, okay. Ready to go into committee members? Let's do it. Committee, here we are. Ms. Casson.
I will start the conversation. Hopefully it won't be too long. I initially had a concern about coverage because it's a considerable variance for coverage. But when I look at the impact of it, I'm not really seeing that it's going to be that much. And when you consider that you could have a garden suite in the backyard, I think that might have more impact on the neighbors than having it all in one dwelling unit. And there's still a substantial rear yard setback from the back of the house. So for those reasons, and there are very few variances, no objection from transportation services, and nothing from planning, I don't really have a problem with it.
Right. But transportation services has their conditions, include notation, right? No objections, right. They just want notations.
And Mr. Chair, through you, I would tend to agree with Ms. Casson's. Well, it seems a little high, the lot coverage. It's really not triggering any other variances like landscape coverage or rear yard setback or anything along those lines. Most of the objections have been about height. There is no variance for height. You can have up to 4 units on the property anyways. So regardless of whether it's a single family use or a duplex or otherwise, they're within their rights on all of those items. And they're really not in dispute or in question as part of these variances. And transportation has no objection. So I don't see a problem with this application.
Okay. So, Mr. Nipfel, you got your light on. Whenever I see the light on, I think somebody wants to talk.
You can turn it off. Excuse me, I agree with my colleagues. I think it's an interesting approach where a potential garden suite has basically been absorbed into the main house. And as Ms. Casson indicated, it has a benefit, I would argue, in terms of reduced coverage than if there was a separate building. So again, don't have trouble with the application.
Okay, so why don't you bring a motion?
I'd like to bring a motion of approval to the application, subject to the transportation conditions that the applicant has indicated that she has no difficulty with. I think that this is compatible with the area. It's a unique and interesting idea to absorb a garden suite within the main house, and I think it clearly meets the 4 tests.
Got it. There's and we got a seconder, Ms. Casson. Okay, all those in favor? And it is approved. Congratulations to the applicant. Let's move backward to item number 29 and see if the elusive applicant's agent is a little less elusive to us now. Hello. Okay. Are you ready to go?
Hello.
Well, don't start yet. Let me summarize this. 163 Banbury Road, construct a new detached dwelling, 2 variances. Deal with proposed lot coverage and proposed number of stories at 3. There's an arborist report. Now, over to you, applicant's agent. Please state your name and address.
This is Albert Yuan. Our address is 250 Shears Court, in Markham.
Okay, thanks. Are you making any changes to this application?
No, we did not.
All right, before you get going here, let me canvass our panel because there is nobody here in opposition. Panel members, take a moment and shake your heads if you so choose. Do you want to hear from him? No. It's your lucky day. You could get out of here alive. Do you want to really make your presentation or you want us to do our business?
No, thank you.
Okay. I take that to mean you'd want us to do our business. Over to you, Ms. Casson. You want to bring a motion?
Sure, Mr. Chair. I think this application is very minor. The variances requested are extremely minor. I think it meets the 4 tests. It's desirable. It's, there's no problem with this application. And there are no conditions to apply, so I'll make a motion for approval of it without any conditions.
Mr. Bartolo, you want to second that? I see a hand raised. I take that as a second. All those in favor? All right. Okay, it's approved. Congratulations to the applicant agent. Now let's adjourn. Anybody opposed to that adjournment? Anybody want to raise their hand in approval? Motion by Mr. Bartolo, seconded by Ms. Casson. Approved, but a split decision, and we are adjourned. Thank you. Thanks to everybody. It's approved unanimously. The adjournment.
Thank you. Good evening,
One
everybody.
thing we can agree on.